Book 1. On Gratitude and Influence. I learned from my granddad, Verus, to use good manners and to control my anger. I followed my dad's well-known example of modesty and manliness. My mum taught me to be humble and generous, to keep myself not only from evil actions, but even from evil thoughts, and to live a simple life, which is far from normal among the rich. Because of my great-granddad, I didn't have to attend public lectures and discussions, but had good and able teachers at home, and if not for him, I wouldn't know that this is priceless. My mentor taught me not to be too emotionally invested in sports and gambling. He also taught me how to work hard, not to need much stuff, to serve myself without bothering others, not to get involved in other people's affairs, and not to talk behind people's back. From Diognetus, I learned not to be vain, be skeptical when it comes to self-help gurus or people that claim to have extraordinary powers, not to support anything that hurts animals without good reason, to fight for freedom of speech for everyone even though I might not agree with them, and to study philosophy with a passion. Because of him, I also got to know Bacchius, then Tandasis and Marcianus. This made me write down my philosophical thoughts when I was young, and made me like the basic stuff, just like the Greek philosophers did. Thanks to Rusticus, I realized I needed to better myself. He helped me avoid getting caught up in showing off like other thinkers of the time, producing pretentious writings, or giving big speeches. He also kept me from showing off with extreme lifestyles, or trying too hard to look busy. I stopped focusing on fancy speech, poetry, and stopped showing off in fancy clothes at home. His simple way of writing, especially in a letter to my mum, stood out to me. He taught me to forgive easily, to read thoroughly, to not just accept things at face value, and not to get impressed by just talk. Because of him, I got to read Epictetus's works from his own collection. From Apollonius, I learned about real freedom and staying focused on my goals. He taught me to always follow reason, no matter what, even during tough times like physical pain, losing loved ones, or long illnesses. He showed me how someone can be both adaptable and firm when needed. He was patient when explaining things and didn't boast about his teaching skills. He also showed me how to accept help from friends without feeling inferior or ungrateful. Sextus taught me kindness and showed me what a loving family looks like. From him, I learned to be serious without pretending, understand people's different personalities, and to be patient with those who don't think things through. He was friendly and respected by all. He knew life's important lessons and showed me how to stay calm, be loving, and encourage others without showing off. Alexander the grammarian taught me not to criticize, silence, or in any other way censure people for speaking incorrectly. Instead, I should respond with the correct pronunciation or focus on the topic, not how they said it. Fronto showed me that leaders often face jealousy, deceit, and fake people around them. And sometimes, those from noble families might not be as loving as expected. Alexander the Platonist reminded me not to always say, "I'm busy." It's not good to avoid responsibilities or people using that excuse. Catullus taught me to be understanding, even if a friend is wrong, and to always speak highly of my teachers. Also, to genuinely love my kids. My brother Severus taught me to love family, value truth, and justice. He introduced me to great thinkers and the idea of a fair government and king. He was honest, kind, and believed in the good in people. Maximus advised me to control my emotions, think clearly, and stay strong during tough times. People trusted him because he was genuine, never surprised, and always focused. He was not quick to smile, but wasn't angry either. He was kind, forgiving, and honest. People respected him, and he had a good sense of humor. From my dad, I learned many valuable lessons. He taught me the importance of being kind and maintaining consistency in decisions, especially after giving them proper thought. He instilled in me the value of hard work and the importance of not seeking fame or recognition in the way most people do. He was always open to listening to others especially if their ideas or suggestions would benefit the community. My dad was a beacon of fairness. He knew when to be strict and when to show mercy. He lived a life free from wrongful desires and always treated everyone with kindness and respect. He was very understanding with his friends, never holding it against them if they couldn't meet up or join him. In discussions or debates, he was the epitome of patience, always taking his time to come to a conclusion rather than rushing into judgments. He was incredibly loyal to those he called friends. He always planned for the future and paid attention to even the smallest details. He didn't seek validation or get swayed by what others said about him. When it came to public funds, he managed them with utmost responsibility and wasn't easily bothered by criticism. Religion and people-pleasing were not his driving forces. Instead, he was grounded, stable, and made decisions based on reason. He enjoyed the comforts life offered, but was never flashy or dependent on them. He held genuine thinkers in high regard and was a pleasure to converse with. He took moderate care of his health and was seldom sick. One of his admirable qualities was his ability to recognize and support those who had special talents or skills. He was deeply rooted in traditions, but never made a show of it. He wasn't a fan of unnecessary changes and was quite reserved when it came to secrets, only keeping those related to public affairs. He was sensible in how he hosted events for people and wasn't overly concerned about his physical appearance or material possessions. There were stories of his kind acts, like forgiving a tax collector who wronged him. He approached tasks with calmness, never getting too intense or worked up. He was similar to Socrates in many ways, especially in his ability to enjoy things in moderation. Whether in times of plenty or in times of scarcity, he remained strong, a trait particularly evident during the illness of Maximus. I'm deeply thankful to the gods for many things in my life. First and foremost, I was blessed with a loving family, from my grandparents to my parents to my sister. They've been my foundation. I also had the privilege of being surrounded by good teachers, loyal servants, and supportive friends and relatives. What's more, even with my sometimes challenging nature, I managed not to upset or offend them, which I believe was because of their positive influence on me. I'm grateful for the lessons in humility and simplicity I received early in life. These lessons helped me understand the value of modesty. It's also a blessing that I wasn't swayed by the allure of love too early or too recklessly. One of the significant influences in my life was the ruler I lived under. He taught me that you don't need grand displays of wealth or power to be a great leader. He showed me that a leader could be humble, almost like an ordinary person, yet still be effective in roles that require authority. My brother has been a pillar of support and love. His character has been both an inspiration and a source of joy for me. I've also been fortunate with my children. They're kind-hearted and, thankfully, healthy. They didn't show any signs of physical deformities. In terms of my personal growth, I'm glad that I didn't get too engrossed in studies that weren't truly meaningful or beneficial in the long run. And when it came to helping those who had cared for me in my youth, I'm glad I could assist them in achieving their dreams without unnecessary delays. Speaking of influences, I cannot forget the significant impact of people like Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus on my life. They shaped my understanding of what it means to live a life true to nature and purpose. If I ever fell short of these ideals, it was my own doing, not because of a lack of guidance from the gods. My health has been another area where I've felt divine protection. They've kept me from making mistakes in relationships and guided me even through dreams when I faced health issues. The gods also protected me when I began my journey into philosophy, ensuring that I wasn't misled by people with superficial knowledge or false teachings. All in all, when I look back at my life, I realize that many good things have happened to me. And I believe it wasn't just luck, but a combination of fate and the grace of the gods. Commentary. Marcus Aurelius begins meditations not with a declaration of philosophy, but with gratitude. He opens by cataloguing the people who shaped his moral character, not through doctrines, but through example. In this sense, Book 1 is less a philosophical argument and more a personal roll call. It's a quiet tribute to the teachers, family members, and role models who helped him become the man he aspired to be. What strikes the modern reader is how intimate it all feels. The most powerful man in the world at the time, Emperor of Rome, begins his private notes not with conquest, not with glory, but with thanks. What makes this first book remarkable is how it reframes the idea of influence. Marcus doesn't just name-drop the people who molded him, he tells us exactly what he learned from them. From his grandfather Verus, the value of self-control. From his father, modesty and steadiness. From his mother, simplicity and the importance of keeping even impure thoughts at bay. And from his mentors, Diognetus, Rusticus, Apollonius, and others. He draws a constellation of virtues: critical thinking, humility, a deep love of truth, and a refusal to be caught up in hollow appearances. In today's world, we rarely begin self-reflection by acknowledging where our moral instincts came from. We're more likely to attribute our character to personal effort or trauma, to things we overcame, rather than to people we quietly watched and absorbed. But Marcus reminds us that virtue, more often than not, is caught, not taught. We become who we are by observing how others live. What's particularly modern about this chapter is how Marcus centers self-awareness over performance. He is acutely aware of the human tendency to show off, to look busy, to sound intelligent, to wear the costume of wisdom instead of cultivating the real thing. And he thanks those who inoculated him against that vanity. This is especially relevant today, in an age where self-branding is encouraged, where the image often replaces the essence. Book 1 becomes, in a way, a call to cultivate the internal over the external, to prize simplicity, integrity, and sincerity over cleverness and reputation. This kind of reflection also has therapeutic value. In naming these influences, Marcus is not just thanking them. He's anchoring himself. He's telling himself, I am the result of good fortune. I was taught well. I've had models. I'm not starting from scratch. This is incredibly stabilizing, especially when facing the kinds of challenges he would have been up against: war, betrayal, disease, loss. Knowing you've been grounded in something good becomes a form of armor. And yet, he doesn't romanticize these people. He doesn't pretend they were perfect. He simply names what he learned from them. It's a profound exercise in philosophical inheritance, not biological, but moral lineage. Imagine doing the same yourself. Who taught you forgiveness? Who taught you resilience? Who taught you not just what to think, but how to think? When it comes to practical application, Book 1 encourages a rare kind of humility. Instead of beginning the day with ambition, begin it with reflection. List your moral debts. Remember the people who kept you from becoming worse than you might have been. Don't just focus on goals, focus on roots. Gratitude, in this Stoic frame, isn't about giving thanks for stuff. It's about honoring the shaping forces of your character. Comparatively, this form of reflection has much in common with Buddhist mindfulness. In Theravada, Buddhism, one is encouraged to remember and contemplate the Kalyana Mittata, one's spiritual friends and guides. Likewise, in Christian monastic practice, the act of remembrance of teachers and saints is a means of anchoring oneself to humility and purpose. Marcus engages in a similar practice, but through a Stoic lens. There are no saints, no divine intercessors. There are only human examples, people who lived well and left their mark on his soul. Unlike modern self-help gurus who often emphasize personal willpower or hacks for productivity, Marcus starts with relationship, with observation, with the internalization of lived example. This subtle reversal is both humbling and empowering. You are not alone, he says. You were shaped, and if others shaped you, you now have a duty to shape others, even if silently, by how you live. This chapter, often overlooked by those looking for punchier Stoic lines, might be the heart of the entire work. Before Marcus tries to reason with the chaos of the world, he reasons with his own identity. Before he reflects on death, time, or fate, he reflects on character. And he does so not by lecturing himself, but by remembering who made him capable of living rightly. There's one final insight worth noting. Marcus doesn't write this as a performance for others. It's not a eulogy or a thank you letter. It's private. That's the most revealing part. His first instinct, when turning inward, is to trace the good in himself back to its source. That's the voice of someone trying to live without illusions. And maybe that's the point of philosophy altogether. Not to impress, not to preach, but to remember who we are, what we owe, and how we got here. Book 2, The Morning Drill. Remind yourself every morning, today I'll encounter difficult people, punks, the ungrateful, the arrogant, and the selfish. They act this way because they don't understand right from wrong. But I've seen the beauty in good and the ugliness in bad. I recognize that even the wrongdoer is like a brother to me, not by blood, but by shared humanity. So, none of them can truly harm me. I won't let anger sever the bond between us. Just like our body parts work together, we're meant to support each other. Being angry or distant goes against our nature. I'm made up of flesh, breath, and my conscious mind. I don't need more books or distractions, especially now that I'm older. The flesh is just bone and blood, and breath is simply air we take in and out. The most important part is the conscious mind. As I age, I need to ensure it's not enslaved by petty desires. I'll embrace what comes my way and won't fear the future. Everything the gods decide is well thought out. Random events are still part of nature and linked to a grand design. Everything has its origin and purpose. Remember, you're part of this vast universe. Changes are natural, whether in elements or in complex entities. Keep this belief and let go of the constant need for more knowledge. When your time comes, depart with gratitude. Reflect on how much time you've wasted and the countless chances the gods gave you. It's crucial to understand the universe and your role in it. You have limited time. If you don't use it wisely, it'll pass just like everything else. Every day, act with genuine dignity, kindness, and fairness, setting aside distractions. Approach each task as if it's your last, without being stubborn or going against reason. Avoid being fake, selfish, or unhappy with life's outcomes. If you stick to these principles, you've done all the gods ask of you. Push yourself, soul. Don't waste time seeking validation from others. Life is short, and you're using yours, looking for happiness in others, instead of finding self-worth. Don't get lost in endless activities. Take time to learn and grow. Have a clear goal that drives all your actions and decisions, instead of just aimlessly going through life. People rarely suffer from not understanding others' thoughts, but if you don't understand your own feelings and thoughts, you're bound to be unhappy. Always remember the bigger picture, how the universe works, who you are, and how you fit into it. Your traits are part of the universe's traits, and no one can stop you from living true to your nature. Theophrastus, in his wisdom, notes that crimes committed for pleasure are worse than those committed out of anger or passion. Why? Because someone overtaken by anger is momentarily losing reason, almost like a sudden outburst. In contrast, someone who does wrong for the sake of pleasure has actively chosen to give in to temptation, making them appear weaker in character. So, in a truly thoughtful way, Theophrastus believes that giving in to pleasure is more problematic than reacting out of pain, especially since the latter might be a response to being wronged. Live every moment as if it could be your last. If there are gods, leaving this world isn't scary because they wouldn't harm you. If there aren't any gods or they don't care about us, why live in such a universe? But let's believe there are gods, and they do care. They've ensured we can avoid real harm. Other life events, like death, fame, pain, or wealth, happen to everyone, good or bad. Since they don't define our character, they're neither good nor bad. Our ability to reason lets us see how quickly everything fades. Physical things disappear, and even memories fade over time. Things that attract or scare us, or that we're proud of, are fleeting and temporary. Think about the people whose opinions we value. What's their true worth? And about death, if we really think about it, without the usual fear, it's just a natural process. Being afraid of something natural is naive. Understanding death helps us understand our connection to the universe and, potentially, to God. The poet says it's pointless to obsess over understanding everything around us, especially trying to guess what's in others' minds. What's important is focusing on the inner spirit within us. True worship is about keeping our spirit free from unnecessary emotions and not complaining about what the gods or people do. We should respect the gods' actions and either appreciate or feel empathy for people's actions, understanding that sometimes they just don't know right from wrong. This ignorance is as big a handicap as not knowing basic colors. Whether you live for thousands of years or just a moment, remember that everyone only loses the life they're currently living and lives the moment they're in. The past and future are beyond our reach. So, 2 things to remember. Everything in life is cyclical, and whether you live a short or long life, everyone loses the same thing in death, the present moment. No one can lose what they never had. Monimus the cynic once said that only opinions matter. While there are clear arguments against this, it's also clear that there's some truth to it if taken with a pinch of salt. A person's soul devalues itself when it resists the natural flow of the universe. Getting upset over specific events means rejecting the natural order of things. The soul also tarnishes itself when it harbors ill will towards someone, especially with the intent to harm. It's further compromised when it's overwhelmed by pleasure or pain, when it acts with insincerity or deceit, and when its actions lack purpose. All actions, even the smallest, should have a meaningful intent. After all, rational beings should align with the universal law that binds us all. Human life is brief and unpredictable. Our physical bodies are fragile, and our perceptions are often clouded. Chasing fame is fleeting, as eventually everyone is forgotten. What can guide us through this? Only philosophy. It helps us maintain our inner integrity, stay resilient against both pleasure and pain, act genuinely, and remain unaffected by others' actions. It teaches us to accept our fate, understanding that it stems from the same source as us. Most importantly, philosophy helps us face death calmly, seeing it as a natural transformation. If the individual elements of life remain unharmed through changes, why should the transformation of the whole be any different? Everything natural is inherently good. Commentary. Book 2 opens with what might be one of the most brutally honest morning pep talks ever written. Before he brushes his teeth or tightens his sandals, Marcus tells himself, "Today, I'll encounter difficult people, meddlers, the ungrateful, the arrogant, and the selfish." Most of us try to start the day on a positive note. Marcus? He opens the blinds and reminds himself of how ugly the world can be. But this isn't cynicism, it's preparation. His logic is simple. People act poorly because they don't know any better. Their vice comes from ignorance, not malice. And if we can remember that, we can hold on to our own dignity. We can interact with cruelty or pettiness without letting it infect us. This idea is strikingly modern. If you strip away the Roman cloak, what you find here is something eerily close to cognitive behavioral therapy. a reframing of social friction. Instead of seeing others as threats, Marcus sees them as misguided parts of the same human system, like a sick organ in the body, not an enemy. He reminds himself that he shares something divine with them, reason. And if he truly believes in that bond, anger becomes irrational. Contempt becomes cowardly. It's also interesting how Marcus emphasizes that these people can't truly harm him. That's not a boast. It's a reflection on values. They can insult, disrupt, or inconvenience him, but they can't make him angry, or corrupt his character, or take away his peace. That power is his alone. In a world obsessed with control, Marcus reverses the instinct. Control isn't about mastering them. It's about mastering yourself. What's powerful in this book is the growing clarity he has about the nature of life. He reminds himself that he is flesh, breath, and mind. The flesh will weaken, the breath will stop, but the conscious mind, the reasoning part of the soul, that's what matters. The body and its pleasures aren't evil, but they are distractions. The real task is keeping the mind clear, present, and aligned with nature. There's something deeply grounding about this perspective. He's writing from a position of absolute authority, a Roman emperor, but you'd never know it. There's no attachment to luxury, no obsession with legacy, no hunger for applause. He returns again and again to the theme of simplicity. Do your job, be decent, and remember that life is short. He warns himself not to waste what little time he has, not because he's afraid of dying, but because he's afraid of living wrongly. He even tells himself that he doesn't need more books or theories. What he needs is practice. He doesn't want to leave the world with regrets. He wants to depart, in his words, with gratitude. There's a haunting beauty in that, the image of a man preparing to let go, not with fear, but with a kind of soft resolve. There's also a recurring warning here against theatricality, against being fake, stubborn, or unhappy with reality. In a sense, Book 2 is a manifesto for how to live honestly. Don't pretend to be something you're not. Don't live for the applause. Don't carry resentment in your chest like a trophy. Do the next task in front of you with kindness and attention, and let the rest fall away. One passage that stands out is when he chastises his own soul. Push yourself, soul. He's not coddling himself. He's telling himself, as directly as possible, to stop looking for validation and start living up to his principles. He accuses himself of being too obsessed with what others think and too slow to do what he already knows is right. And then he delivers one of the most striking lines in the entire work. You're using your life looking for happiness in others instead of finding self-worth. This is not just stoicism. This is universal. How many of us waste years trying to impress people who don't matter? How often do we confuse being seen with being whole? Marcus is holding a mirror to the reader and to himself and asking, what are you waiting for? What do you think is going to make you feel worthy? He also reminds himself that death is natural and not to be feared. His logic is almost mathematical. If there are gods, they won't hurt you. If there are no gods, or they don't care, then why fear the end? Either way, death is not the enemy. The real enemy is wasting life trying to avoid it. The subtle genius of this book is in how it keeps rotating around a single axis. You are responsible for your own soul. The outer world will rage, deceive, fade. But inside, you is something eternal. Your faculty of reason, your ability to act justly, your decision to live with integrity. Everything else is noise. Toward the end of the book, Marcus leans into one of the deeper Stoic themes, the insignificance of worldly things. He points out how quickly beauty fades, how reputation vanishes, and how even the opinions we stress over today will mean nothing in a matter of years. But he's not being depressive. He's liberating himself. By putting things in cosmic perspective, he becomes freer. Fame, pain, wealth, gossip, all of it is temporary. What lasts is virtue. He also praises Theophrastus for a subtle moral insight that indulging in pleasure is often more blameworthy than acting in anger, because pleasure is premeditated. It's not an impulsive loss of reason, it's a choice to surrender. That contrast reminds us how Marcus views strength, not in domination, but in restraint. If Book 1 was about acknowledging your teachers, Book 2 is about becoming your own. You are now the guardian of your character. You must prepare each day as if it's your last, not in panic, but in clarity. And when others disappoint you, which they will, your task is not to mirror them, but to transcend them. Not with superiority, but with calm. That's the Stoic challenge and the Stoic grace. Book 3, The View from Above. People should remember that every day a part of their life passes and they have less time left. But it's not just about the amount of time. As we age, our mental sharpness might decline too. Even if we live longer, our ability to think clearly, make decisions, and understand complex issues might weaken. So, it's not just the fear of death that should motivate us, but also the possibility of losing our mental clarity before we pass away. We should make the most of our time now, not just because our days are numbered, but because our clear thinking might run out before our days do. Notice how even the unexpected or imperfect parts of nature have their own beauty. For example, when bread bakes, it might crack, but those cracks make it look even more delicious. Ripe figs open up, and overripe olives get a unique appearance that's quite appealing. Even things like the way corneas droop, or a lion's intense gaze can be seen as beautiful. These might not seem attractive at first, but they're all part of nature's charm. Someone who really appreciates nature will find beauty in all its aspects. They'll enjoy seeing wild animals in nature just as much as they would in art. They'll appreciate the elegance of older people and the vibrant energy of the young. If you truly understand and connect with nature, you'll find beauty in many things that others might overlook. Hippocrates, who cured many, eventually got sick and died. The Chaldeans predicted many people's deaths, but also met their own end. Big leaders like Alexander, Pompey, and Caesar, who conquered cities and armies, also passed away. Philosophers like Heraclitus and Democritus died in ironic ways, considering their beliefs. And Socrates was executed. So what's the point? Life is a journey, and everyone has an end. When it's time to move on, whether to another life or nothingness, you'll either meet the divine or be free from life's ups and downs. Remember, our soul is powerful and divine, while our body is just temporary and fragile. Don't waste your time worrying about what others are doing unless it benefits everyone. When you obsess over others' actions, words, or intentions, you're not focusing on improving yourself. Keep your thoughts positive and avoid pointless or negative thinking. Train your mind so that if someone asks what you're thinking, you can answer honestly and directly. Aim to be genuine and kind, avoiding desires for fleeting pleasures, and avoiding negative emotions like jealousy or resentment. Think of yourself as someone striving to be the best version of themselves, almost like a guide or mentor. Such a person values fairness, accepts life's events as they come, and doesn't concern themselves with others' opinions, unless it's for a greater good. Focus on your actions and how they fit into the bigger picture, believing in their importance. Remember that we're all connected as humans, and we should care for one another. Stick to values that align with a good, natural life. And when considering the opinions of those who don't live by these principles, remember their actions and environments. Their praise shouldn't matter much, since they're not even content with themselves. When you act, do it without hesitation, selfishness, poor judgment, or feeling forced. Keep your thoughts straightforward and don't overcomplicate them. Avoid pointless chatter and meddling in others' affairs. Let your inner values guide you to act responsibly, with wisdom, and with the pride of a leader. Always be ready for whatever comes next in life, without needing approval or validation from others. Stay positive and rely on yourself. It's important to stand strong on your own, not leaning on others for support. If you find something in life better than being fair, honest, disciplined and strong, or anything more fulfilling than being at peace with your decisions and accepting things beyond your control, then fully embrace it. But if you value the inner strength and wisdom inside you, which helps you make good choices, think clearly, and show kindness to others, then prioritize that above everything else. Don't get distracted by seeking approval, power, wealth, or short-term pleasures. These things might seem tempting, but they can lead you off track. Always choose what's truly best for you. If it's good for your mind and soul, commit to it. If it's good for your body, recognize it and be humble about it. Just make sure you're clear about what's genuinely best for you. Always prioritize honesty and integrity. Don't do things that force you to betray your values, distrust others, or hide your actions. Focus on your inner self and the good qualities within. Don't be overly dramatic or affected by surroundings. You don't need to be alone or in a crowd to find peace. Don't obsess over life's length. It's how you live that counts. The most important thing is to always act in a way that respects yourself and others. In the mind of someone who's learned and grown, you won't find anything toxic or unhealthy. Life doesn't end for him before it's meant to, just like an actor doesn't leave the stage before his role is done. There's nothing fake or overly traditional about him, and he doesn't hide from criticism or seek to stay hidden. Value the ability to form opinions. It's only because of this ability that we think in a way that's logical and reasonable. It helps us avoid jumping to conclusions, be understanding towards others, and respect higher powers. Let go of unnecessary things and focus on the essentials. Remember, we only truly live in the present moment. Everything else is either in the past or uncertain. We all have a short time to live, and we occupy just a tiny part of the world. Even the most famous people are only remembered for a short while, and that memory is passed down by others who will also pass away. Many of these people don't even truly know themselves, let alone those who died ages ago. Keep these guidelines in mind. When something catches your attention, break it down to understand its basic essence and its bigger picture. Ask yourself what it's made of, its real name, and how long it might last. Think about its role in the universe and its importance to us as humans. Whenever you're faced with a situation, think about what good quality it's asking you to show, like kindness, bravery, honesty, or any other virtue. For every situation, remind yourself, this is either from a higher power, fate, chance, or from another person who might not know better. But I know better, so I'll treat them with kindness and fairness. And always try to see things for their true worth. If you focus on what's right now and do it with passion, while staying true to logic and sincerity, you'll lead a good life. And no one can stop you from doing that. Just like surgeons always have their tools ready for emergencies, you should always be prepared with the knowledge to understand the world around you. This helps you connect with both the divine and the everyday. If you forget this, you'll fall short in your responsibilities to both people and the higher powers. Stop getting lost in daydreams. You might not get another chance to revisit your past, read about ancient heroes, or go through your saved readings. Focus on the present and what's truly important. Let go of unrealistic expectations and help yourself while you still can. People often don't grasp the deeper meanings behind actions like stealing or buying. It's not just our eyes that see these things. It's a deeper understanding that recognizes their true nature. We all have a body, emotions, and thoughts. Our body gives us physical sensations, our emotions can be intense, and our thoughts guide our actions. Animals also feel sensations and have emotions, just like us. Even the worst people can think and make decisions. So, what makes a good person stand out? It's their ability to accept what happens in life, to keep their inner self calm and pure, and to always be truthful and fair. Even if others doubt their sincerity, a good person stays true to their path. They aim to live a simple, honest life, and when it's time to move on, they do so peacefully, without resistance. Commentary. Book 3 reads like a tightening of the screws. If Book 1 was a look backward in gratitude, and Book 2 a call to live deliberately, Book 3 is Marcus Aurelius staring down the clock. There's a quiet urgency in these reflections, an awareness not just of mortality, but of diminishing clarity. Marcus isn't just afraid of dying. He's afraid of getting dull before he dies, of becoming a shadow of himself, still alive, but without the sharp edge of reason. This chapter opens with a simple, devastating truth. Every day, you lose part of your life. But more than time is at stake. The sharpness of the mind, the ability to make sound decisions, to reason clearly, those fade too. And so the great emperor doesn't mourn youth. He mourns lucidity. His anxiety is not about the grave, but about sleepwalking into it. And that brings us to the heart of this chapter. Presence. Not in a sentimental or spiritual sense, but in the most practical way possible. Marcus urges himself, and by extension us, to use what's left. To strip life down to its essentials and act with focus. To stop letting distractions dilute the moment. He isn't preaching about mindfulness because it's trendy. He's fighting to stay awake in his own life. One of the most poetic moments in Book 3 is when he describes the accidental beauty in nature, the cracks in baking bread, the way figs split open, the droop of ripe corn. These aren't classical, symmetrical ideals. They're imperfect, almost messy, and yet they are precisely what makes things alive. He's training his mind to see beauty in what's real, not just what's polished. There's a quiet love of the physical world here, not in spite of its flaws, but because of them. It's also a powerful metaphor for how to see people. Like the bread, like the fig, we too are cracked and overripe and drooping, but there's dignity in that. In other words, don't wait for the world, or yourself, to look perfect before you start loving it. Then Marcus shifts. He reminds himself that even the greats, Hippocrates, Socrates, Caesar, are dust now. No achievement, no knowledge, no empire can outlast time. And yet, he's not pushing nihilism. He's arguing for perspective. If death is universal and inescapable, then what truly matters is how we use the little time we're given. What matters is living now with strength and honesty, not trying to cheat the system. There's a recurring theme in this book that resonates deeply with modern life. Stop obsessing over what others are doing. Stop trying to read their minds. Stop judging their choices. You rarely suffer, he says, from not knowing what others think, but you'll suffer deeply if you don't understand yourself. This could be written for a world plagued by comparison, anxiety, and social media. Know yourself. Be a witness to your own mind. That's enough. And then comes the challenge, the harder truth. Marcus tells himself that when you act, do it without hesitation, selfishness, or drama. Speak clearly. Think clearly. Don't get lost in overcomplication. Don't meddle in others' affairs. And perhaps, most crucially, act as if this is your last act. There's a discipline to this book that tightens with every paragraph. It's not cold. It's clean. No indulgence, no fantasy, just integrity. But that doesn't mean repression. Marcus doesn't want you to suppress emotion. He wants you to recognize which emotions are born from illusion, That's a crucial difference. It's not about becoming robotic. It's about becoming rooted, grounded in reality, not in fleeting impressions. At one point, he asks himself, if you find something better than fairness, honesty, discipline, strength, and peace with fate, embrace it. But until you do, stay committed to these things. This is more than philosophy. It's a dare. He's saying, if you can find something better than virtue, then by all means go chase it. But until you do, don't live as if you're still searching. In modern terms, stop hedging. Stop pretending you don't already know what a good life looks like. And there's more. He urges himself to live without deception, without hidden motives, without theatricality. He warns against caring about surroundings or the approval of others, or even the length of life. What matters is whether you're in alignment with your best self, right now, whether you're honest, whether you're kind, whether you're being true. At the core of Book 3 is the recognition that the only thing truly in your possession is your own mind. Everything else, body, reputation, relationships, future, past, can be taken or distorted. But your judgments, your choices, your attention, those are yours. They are you. This belief isn't unique to Stoicism. It echoes across traditions. In Buddhism, the present moment is the only thing real. In existentialist thought, especially Sartre, the idea of radical freedom rests on the same insight. We choose how to see, moment by moment, even inside a prison, even in despair. Marcus, like Viktor Frankl later would, insists that meaning arises in our response to suffering, not its absence. He also reminds himself of something most of us forget. We live only in the present. The past is gone. The future is not here. So whether you live another week or another 30 years, what you lose in death is always the same. This moment. You don't lose what you never had. You don't lose what you've already used. You lose only now. And now is all anyone ever has. That realization is not meant to depress. It's meant to free. If now is all there is, and if it can be lived with purpose and calm, then you already have everything you need. Not next week. Not when they finally apologize. Not when your career takes off. Right now. And finally, Marcus reminds himself that the soul corrupts itself when it resists the flow of life, when it becomes angry, bitter, obsessed with pleasure, or acts without meaning. This isn't a list of sins, it's a map of disconnection. A warning that we lose ourselves when we stop aligning our inner life with the rhythm of the universe. And what is that rhythm? Change, loss, rebirth, the flow of time and form and fortune. You can't stop it, but you can choose not to be destroyed by it. Like the fire he speaks of later, you can choose to use what happens as fuel. That is Book 3, a tightening, a cleansing, a sharpening. Not a guide to feeling good, but to being ready. Ready to let go of illusion. Ready to lose what must be lost. Ready to act without apology. And ready, when the time comes, to leave life not in fear, but in full agreement. Book 4, Mastery of the Mind. Our inner strength, when aligned with our true nature, helps us adapt to any situation. It doesn't need specific conditions to thrive. Just like a fire can take anything thrown into it and use it to grow bigger and stronger, our inner strength can use challenges to become even stronger. Don't act without thinking. Always base your actions on solid reasoning and values. People often look for peace and quiet in places like the countryside, beaches, or mountains. You too might want such breaks. But the real secret is that you can find this peace anytime by simply reflecting inward. Your mind can be your peaceful retreat. It's about finding balance and order in your thoughts. So, take these moments of self-reflection regularly to recharge. Keep some simple truths in mind. If you're upset about people's bad behavior, remember that everyone's here to coexist. Some people can't help their actions. Also, think about all those who once held grudges and are now gone. So, why waste time complaining? If you're worried about your role in the world, remember that either there's a bigger plan or everything is random. And if you're hung up on physical pain, remember that your mind can rise above it. Want to be famous? Realize how quickly people forget and how limited the scope of genuine admiration is. In short, always come back to the peace inside you. Stay grounded and don't get overly stressed. Remember your values and approach life bravely and thoughtfully. 2 key things to remember. First, external events don't shape our inner peace. It's how we perceive them. And second, everything changes quickly, so focus on the present. Life, after all, is shaped by our thoughts. If we all have a mind and can reason, then we share a common sense of understanding and decision-making. This means we all follow a universal law, making us part of a global community. This world is like our shared country, and from it, we get our ability to think and make choices. Just like my physical elements come from the earth and other sources, my mind must come from somewhere too. Death, like birth, is a natural process. Both are parts of life, and neither should be seen as shameful or unnatural. People act based on their nature, just like figs are naturally juicy. Remember, we all have a limited time in life, and soon, no one will remember us or our actions. If you stop thinking, "I am hurt," you won't feel the pain. If you don't acknowledge the pain, the feeling of being hurt goes away. Anything that doesn't make a person worse off doesn't harm their life. What doesn't damage you on the inside or outside isn't truly harmful. Things work as they're supposed to. Everything happens for a reason, and it's usually for the best. If you look closely, you'll see it's not just about nature, but also about fairness. Keep this perspective and always aim for genuine goodness in all you do. Don't just see things based on what someone who insults you thinks. Understand the real picture. Always be prepared to, first, act based on what's best for people, guided by logical thinking. Second, be open to changing your mind if someone offers a better perspective, but only change if it's for the greater good, not just for personal gain or fame. If you have the ability to think and reason, why not use it? If it's working right, what else do you need? You're a part of something bigger. Eventually, you'll go back to where you came from, or transform back into the universe's intelligence. Imagine many pieces of incense burning on an altar. Some burn out quickly, others take longer. In the end, it doesn't matter when. In just 10 days, if you start acting ethically and think rationally, those who criticize you now will see you as wise and enlightened. Live your life as if you don't have endless time. Remember, life is unpredictable. So while you have the chance, be kind and do good. You get so much peace when you stop worrying about what others are doing or thinking and focus on making your actions just and pure. Stay on your path and don't get distracted by others. If you're stressing about the legacy or fame you'll leave behind, think about this. Everyone who remembers you will eventually pass away, and so will the next generation after them, until no one recalls you anymore. Even if your memory lasted forever, what real benefit does it bring to you? What's the point of seeking praise when it doesn't change the essence of who you are or what you can control? True beauty stands on its own and doesn't need validation through praise. Just like genuine beauty, things like truth, honor, and kindness don't change in value based on others' opinions. Consider an emerald. It doesn't lose its shine if no one compliments it. The same goes for gold or a beautiful piece of art. Their value remains, regardless of praise or criticism. If our spirits live on after we die, you might wonder how the atmosphere has held them since forever. Well, think about how the earth has held countless buried bodies for ages. Bodies decompose over time, making space for new ones. Similarly, when spirits are released, they might linger briefly, then transform and merge back into the universal energy, making room for new spirits. Think about all the animals we eat. They become part of us, but there's always space because they change into different forms within us. So, the real focus should be understanding the nature and purpose of things. Stay on track. Always act fairly and make sure you truly understand things before forming opinions. I'm in sync with everything natural. For me, everything is on time if it's on your schedule. I cherish all that you bring with each season. Everything originates from you, you embrace everything, and eventually, everything returns to you. Some praise their hometown with affection, but shouldn't I express love for this universe, the true city of the divine? If you want peace, do less, the philosopher suggests. A better approach might be, do what's essential, what makes sense for someone who's part of a community, and do it with that purpose in mind. This way, you'll find peace both from doing the right thing and from not being overwhelmed with too many tasks. Most of what you say and do isn't needed. Cut those out, and you'll have more free time and less stress. So, always ask yourself, is this really necessary? This applies to both actions and thoughts. By cutting out the unnecessary, you'll avoid wasting time and effort. Try living like a genuinely good person, one who's happy with what life has given them and who takes pride in doing the right thing and being kind. You've tried other lifestyles. Give this one a shot too. Keep things simple and avoid overcomplicating things. If someone does wrong, it's on them. If something happens to you, accept it. It's all part of the bigger picture. Remember, life is short. Make the most of now, but do so wisely and fairly. And when you relax, do it mindfully. The universe is either organized or chaotic. But even if it's a mix of many things, it's definitely organized. Think about it. How can you have order within yourself and believe the universe is chaotic? Especially when everything, even if scattered, is connected in some way. Think about these negative traits: being mean, weak-minded, wild, acting like an animal, being immature, acting stupid, dishonest, crude, sneaky, and bossy. Someone who doesn't understand the world or what happens in it is like a stranger to it. If you run from the natural logic of the world, you're abandoning it. If you're closed-minded, you're blind to understanding. If you always rely on others and don't have what you need for life, you're like a beggar. If you're unhappy with what life throws at you, you're not in tune with nature, even though you're a part of it. If you isolate yourself from the collective understanding of all rational beings, you're going against the unity of the universe. Some people show their commitment to philosophy by going without fancy clothes, others by not having books, and some even do so while having very little. One person might say, "I don't have food, but I stay true to my beliefs." Another might say, "I lack education, but I remain committed." Appreciate the skills you've learned, no matter how simple they seem. Find joy in them. Live your life fully trusting the universe or higher powers, and don't try to control or be controlled by others. Think about the times of Vespasian. It's just like today. People were getting married, raising kids, dealing with illness and death, fighting wars, celebrating, doing business, and farming. They were also dealing with common human behaviors, like seeking approval, being stubborn, being suspicious, plotting against others, feeling envious, seeking love or power, and hoarding wealth. But all those moments are in the past now. Move forward to Trajan's era, and it's the same story. That era has passed too. Look at history and see that people always chase after things, but eventually everything fades away. Especially remember people you knew who got caught up in trivial matters or didn't find their true purpose. Keep in mind that you should only worry about things based on their actual importance. This way, you won't get too stressed over minor issues. Famous phrases and names from the past eventually become unfamiliar and outdated. Think about names like Camillus, Ciso, and even more recent ones like Augustus or Antonine. They all fade with time. Everything has an expiration date and will eventually be seen as old tales before being forgotten. This applies even to the most famous individuals. Most people are forgotten as soon as they're gone. So, chasing eternal fame is pointless. What truly matters is being honest, genuine, and accepting life's events with a positive attitude, recognizing they're inevitable and part of our shared experience. Go with the flow of life and let fate take its course. Everything is temporary, both memories and what's being remembered. Remember that everything is constantly changing. Nature loves to transform things and create new versions of them. Think of the present as a seed for the future. And don't limit the idea of a seed to just what's planted in soil or a womb. That's a limited view. You're not going to live forever. Yet, you haven't achieved simplicity or inner peace, or understood that external things can't truly hurt you. You haven't fully embraced kindness or realized that fairness is the essence of wisdom. Pay attention to what drives people. Notice what they care about, what they chase after, and what they avoid. Things that harm you don't come from others' souls or changes in your surroundings. The real issue is in how you perceive and judge these things. If you stop viewing them as bad, you'll be at peace. Even if your body goes through pain or sickness, don't let your mind label these experiences as either bad or good. Remember, things that happen to both good and bad people aren't inherently good or evil. Think of the universe as one living entity, made of one material and one spirit. Notice how everything is guided by a single intelligence, driven by a shared force, and how everything influences everything else. Everything is connected in this intricate web. You're a soul stuck in a body, Epictetus once said. Things that are constantly changing can't be hurt by it, and things that don't change can't benefit from it. Time is like a fast-flowing river, where everything that appears is quickly carried away, only to be replaced by something else that's also fleeting. Everything that happens is as natural as flowers blooming in spring or fruits ripening in summer. This includes sickness, death, rumors, betrayal, and all the other things that upset or excite people. Everything has a cause and effect based on a specific and necessary connection. It's not just a random list of events. There's a reason behind it. Just as things now are interconnected, the future events will also have a meaningful connection with what came before. Always remember what Heraclitus said: earth changes to water, water to air, and air to fire, and vice versa. Don't forget where life's journey leads. It's strange how people often disagree with the logic that's always with them, or find everyday things surprising. We shouldn't go through life mindlessly, like we're sleepwalking or just accepting things because that's what we were told as kids. If someone told you you're going to die tomorrow or the day after, would it really matter which day? The difference is so small. So don't fret about whether you live for many more years or just one more day. Think about all the doctors, astrologers, philosophers, soldiers, and rulers who've passed away. They all had their moments, but now they're gone. Even entire cities, like Pompeii, have disappeared. Remember the people you've known who've passed away, one after another. Everyone's time comes. When you reflect on life, see how brief and fleeting it is. So, live in harmony with nature, and when your time comes, leave peacefully, just as a ripe olive falls gracefully from its tree, grateful for the life it had. Imagine yourself as a strong cliff against which waves crash but can't move. If something bad happens, instead of saying, "This is terrible for me," think, "I'm strong, because even when this happens, I don't let it break me or make me fear the future." Bad stuff can happen to anyone, but not everyone handles it well. Instead of focusing on the bad event, focus on how strong you are for handling it. A real misfortune is when something stops you from being honest, brave, wise, and other good qualities. So, next time you're upset, remind yourself, it's not the bad event, but how you handle it that matters. Here's a simple thought that helps you not fear death. Think of all the people who really wanted to live long, and did. What did they gain compared to those who died early? Everyone ends up dead anyway. Even people who lived long lives and saw others die, eventually face the same fate. When you think about the vastness of time before and after us, the length of one's life, whether short like a few days or as long as the oldest people, doesn't seem that different. So, don't overvalue a long life, especially when it's filled with challenges and spent among people who don't matter in a fragile body. Always take the direct path, the one that's natural. Speak and act based on what's right and logical. This approach will save you from unnecessary stress, conflict, and the need to show off or manipulate situations. Commentary. By Book 4, Marcus Aurelius begins to refine and repeat what matters most to him, not because he's forgotten, but because this is how he carves the shape of truth into his mind. Repetition is his chisel. He's not writing to impress us, he's writing to stabilize himself. This chapter opens with one of the most enduring Stoic metaphors, the fire that uses everything thrown into it as fuel. Marcus tells himself that his inner strength should behave the same way. When life hurls pain, loss, betrayal, the fire doesn't complain, doesn't extinguish. It absorbs. It grows stronger. The thing meant to damage it becomes the very thing that strengthens it. That image alone could replace volumes of modern self-help. It's the perfect anti-fragile metaphor, not resilience, not just surviving, but thriving through hardship, metabolizing suffering into power. This is not about enduring like a martyr, but transforming like an alchemist. Marcus doesn't want to escape pain. He wants to use it. From here, he moves into a theme that begins to dominate the rest of Meditations, the mind as sanctuary. He tells himself that while others seek peace in the countryside or by the sea, he can find it any time, not by traveling outward, but by turning inward. Your mind, he says, can be your peaceful retreat. What's profound is not just the concept, but the fact that he's reminding himself of it again. Because, like most of us, he forgets. His mind is not a Zen garden by default. It must be cultivated daily, deliberately. And that's one of the understated themes of this chapter. Discipline is daily. It's not a switch you flip. It's not a mood. It's a practice. Even the emperor has to remind himself not to be thrown off by petty irritations. Even he has to make room, mentally, to reflect and reset. Then comes a flurry of hard truths. People will behave badly. You'll feel pain. You'll be criticized. You'll die. But Marcus doesn't lament any of it. He simply reminds himself, that's how life is. Complaining doesn't fix it. Wishing it were otherwise doesn't help. In fact, it only adds a second layer of suffering. What's under our control is how we interpret and respond, not how reality unfolds. He writes that if we can separate our perception from the event, we remove the sting. If you stop thinking, I am hurt, he says, you won't feel the pain. This is radical and easy to misinterpret. Marcus isn't denying the reality of pain. He's reminding himself that pain becomes suffering when we personalize it, when we build a story around it, when we let it mean something about our worth or fate or value. But if we can let pain be pain, physical or emotional, without adding judgment or narrative, it passes through us instead of staying inside us. This idea echoes Buddhist thought closely, particularly in the concept of the second arrow. The first arrow is what life throws at you. The second arrow is your response, the resentment, the dramatization, the clinging. Marcus, like the Buddha, tells us, you may not dodge the first, but you can choose not to shoot the second. And then there's death, always circling in his reflections like a quiet shadow. But he speaks of it not with dread, but with perspective. He insists that death, like birth, is natural. Neither should be feared, because both are part of the same design. To fear death is to deny nature. And to deny nature is to put yourself at war with reality. A war no one wins. There's a line where he says, "Anything that doesn't make a person worse off doesn't harm their life." This is one of those deceptively simple, Stoic definitions that recalibrates everything. We tend to think harm is what happens to us, a betrayal, an injury, a failure. But Marcus redefines harm. Unless something damages your soul, your character, it's not harm. If it doesn't make you cruel, dishonest, greedy, bitter, or unjust, it hasn't touched the core of you. And if your core stays intact, you are, by Stoic standards, still untouched. There's also a practical moment when he reminds himself not to be angry at people who speak poorly or use bad grammar. Instead of correcting or shaming them, just respond by using the correct term. He's teaching himself, and us, that correction should be done without ego. You're not better because you know more. The moment you correct someone to feel superior, you've missed the point. Marcus also takes a step toward metaphysical speculation. He affirms his belief that everything is guided by reason, by a kind of universal law or intelligence. Whether things seem fair or not, whether the logic is visible or not, there is an order, and he wants to align with it, not resist it. This belief is the bedrock of his calm. To think that the universe is not hostile, but harmonized, even if we don't understand the chords, gives him peace. But the belief is not passive. It doesn't mean, sit back, let fate take over. For Marcus, aligning with nature is an active discipline. It means choosing to be kind when insulted. It means choosing clarity when confused. It means slowing down your reaction so your better self can catch up to your instincts. Later in the book, he questions the desire for fame. He calls it a kind of delusion, the idea that being remembered matters. Even if your memory lasted forever, he says, what real benefit does it bring to you? This is the deep Stoic diagnosis of ego, that most of our striving is for things that can't help us, that we spend our lives chasing shadows and call it ambition. But once again, Marcus doesn't scold himself. He just gently points out the illusion, and when illusions are seen clearly, they lose their power. Near the end, he compares our value to that of an emerald or gold. Their beauty isn't diminished by lack of praise. They are what they are, and so are we. If you are just, brave, honest, or humble, it doesn't matter who applauds. The virtue is its own reward. You don't need the crowd. You only need the truth of your action. What Book 4 ultimately offers is an invitation to radical alignment, to train your thoughts so they are in harmony with your actions, and your actions in harmony with nature. To find peace not by controlling your surroundings, but by becoming undisturbable from within, not through suppression, but through wisdom. We return again and again to this. The moment is all we have. Judgment is all we control. And nature is all we belong to. If we live by these, not just once, but over and over, we become the kind of person Marcus wanted to be. Not detached, not indifferent, but fiercely calm, deeply clear, fully alive. Book 5. Discipline and the Will to Rise. When you don't feel like getting up in the morning, remind yourself, I'm waking up to do what humans are meant to do. Why complain about doing what I was born for? Am I just meant to stay in bed and stay warm? You might think, why not be comfortable in my bed? Is life just about being comfortable, or is it about doing things? Look at the smallest plants and animals. They all have a role and contribute to the world. So why wouldn't you do your part as a human? Yes, rest is essential, but there's a balance to it, just like eating. You're overdoing the rest and not doing enough work. If you truly cared about yourself, you'd value your purpose. Some people are so passionate about their craft that they'll work tirelessly, even skipping meals. but you don't seem to value your role in the world as much as they value their work. Some people would give up anything to achieve their dreams. Shouldn't you be as committed to your natural purpose? It's straightforward to push aside any disturbing thoughts and immediately feel at peace. Don't think any action or statement that aligns with nature is beneath you. Don't let others' criticisms discourage you. If it's the right thing to do, then do it. People will always have opinions, but stick to what you believe is right. Just follow your path and the natural way of the universe. They're both guiding you in the same direction. I live life following nature's path, and one day I'll return to it. I'll breathe my last breath into the air I've been breathing from, and my body will return to the earth. This earth that has fed and supported me all these years, even though I haven't always treated it well. People might not praise you for being clever, and that's okay. There are many other qualities you possess. Be honest, act with dignity, work hard, avoid excessive pleasures, don't complain about life's challenges, live simply, be kind and straightforward, avoid exaggeration and pointless chatter, and aim for greatness. You have so many virtues, yet you don't always show them. You don't need to be negative or seek validation from others, or be restless. Instead, focus on improving yourself. If you find it hard to grasp things quickly, work on it. Don't ignore it, but don't indulge in self-pity either. Some people remind you often about the favors they've done for you, as if keeping score. Others might not voice it, but think you owe them for their kindness. But there are some who help without expecting anything in return. They're like a vine that simply produces grapes and doesn't ask for praise. Just as a horse runs without boasting, or a bee makes honey without showing off, these people help others and then move on, ready to help again. Should we act without realizing we're being selfless? Yes, but be careful. If you misunderstand this, you might end up like the first group who boast. True selflessness means doing good without expecting a pat on the back. The Athenians had a straightforward prayer. Rain, rain, dear Zeus, on the fields and farmlands of the Athenians. We should either not pray or keep our prayers simple and sincere like this. Just like when a doctor recommends a specific treatment, like taking cold baths or a particular exercise, think of life's challenges, be it sickness, losses, or other hardships, as prescriptions from the universe. These prescriptions are given not to harm you, but to fit into a larger plan, just like individual bricks fit together to build a wall. Everything in the universe is connected in a harmonious way. People often say, "It was meant to be," or "It was fate." This implies that everything that happens is part of a bigger plan. So, when life throws challenges at you, think of them as a doctor's advice. We follow medical advice, even if it's tough, hoping to get better. Similarly, accept life's challenges because they're part of the universe's way of maintaining balance and order. Everything that happens is for the greater good of the entire universe. So, remember two things. First, whatever happens to you is part of a plan that's been in place since the beginning. Second, everything, even personal challenges, plays a role in the grand scheme of things. Every time you complain about your fate, you disrupt this balance. So, accept and move forward. Don't stress or get discouraged if you can't always live up to your highest ideals. It's okay to slip up sometimes. If you do, just try again and remember that most of the time you're doing your best. Appreciate the good in you, and when you need guidance, turn to philosophy. Think of it not as going to a strict teacher, but like using a remedy to soothe an ache. This way, you won't just be following reason for show, it'll genuinely help you. Keep in mind, philosophy only asks you to do what's natural for you. Sometimes you might crave things that aren't really good for you because they seem fun. But think about it. Aren't traits like courage, honesty, simplicity, kindness, and spirituality even more fulfilling? And there's nothing better than feeling wise, knowing that you're making good choices and thinking clearly. The true nature of things is often hidden, making it tough for even great thinkers to fully understand them. Even the Stoics admit that it's hard to know anything for sure. Our beliefs are often inconsistent, and when you think about what we value, it's fleeting and not that special. Sometimes the things we value are also valued by people with questionable morals. When you look at how people behave, it's hard to find someone genuinely admirable, including ourselves. In such a messy, ever-changing world, it's hard to find anything genuinely worth wanting. Instead, we should find comfort in the natural flow of life, reminding ourselves of two things. First, whatever happens is part of the natural order. Second, we always have the choice not to go against our core values, no matter the external pressure. How am I using my inner self? I should constantly reflect on this and think about the current state of my guiding spirit. I should also consider what kind of spirit I possess. Is it immature, fearful, aggressive, or calm? Is it more like a gentle animal or a wild one? You can tell what people really value based on what they consider good. If someone values real virtues like wisdom, self-control, fairness, or bravery, they won't be bothered by jokes about having too much of a good thing. But if they value things that society usually chases, like money or luxury, they'll find those jokes funny. This shows even everyday people can spot the difference. Think about it. If these material things were truly valuable, we wouldn't laugh at the idea of someone having so much wealth that they don't even have space to relax. I'm made up of two parts, my body and my soul. Neither will just vanish. They didn't come from nothing. Every bit of me will change and become part of the universe in some way. This cycle will keep going. It's how I was born, how my ancestors were born, and it's been happening forever. This idea still holds even if the universe has set patterns it follows. Our ability to reason and think clearly are powers that stand on their own. They start from within and follow their own path. When our thoughts are clear and direct, we say they're right because they're on the right track. A person should only be judged based on what's truly part of their nature. If something isn't essential to who they are, you can't expect it from them. And it's not what defines their worth or happiness. If something was truly essential, it wouldn't be right to avoid or reject it. However, we see that the less one relies on non-essential things, the stronger and better they become. Your frequent thoughts shape your mindset. Your mind will reflect what you often think about. So, fill your mind with positive thoughts like, you can find happiness and live well anywhere, even in challenging environments like a busy city or a court. Everything has a purpose and works towards achieving its best state. For thinking beings, like humans, being social and connecting with others is essential. It's clear that everything has a hierarchy, with reasoning beings at the top meant to work together and support one another. Chasing after impossible things is crazy. Bad people will always act in certain ways, no matter what. People can handle anything life throws at them. It's in our nature. Some people stay strong either because they don't realize what's happening or they want to show off. It's odd that pretending or not knowing can be stronger than actual wisdom. Physical things can't affect our inner feelings or soul. Only our own thoughts and beliefs can change how we feel. External events are interpreted by our internal beliefs. On one hand, I feel close to other people because I want to help and understand them. But if they get in my way, I see them as just another part of the environment, like the weather or animals. They might disrupt my plans, but they can't change my goals or feelings. My mind can turn any obstacle into an advantage. Respect the greatest force in the universe, which controls everything. Also, respect the best part of yourself, which guides your actions and decisions. It's connected to the universe's force. If something doesn't harm the community, it doesn't harm its members. Remember this when you feel wronged. If the community isn't affected, neither am I. If it is, don't be angry at the person causing the harm. Instead, think about why they did it. Often think about how quickly things change and move on. Everything is like a constantly flowing river, always changing, influenced by countless factors. Almost nothing stays the same. With the vastness of the past and the unpredictability of the future surrounding us, it's silly to let temporary successes or problems get to our heads. Remember how tiny our role is in the vast universe and how short our time is in the grand scheme of things. Think about the bigger picture and how small our part in it truly is. If someone does me wrong, that's their issue. They're responsible for their actions. I'll focus on what I can control and act according to my beliefs. When you feel strong emotions, whether they're mild or intense, keep your mind steady and separate from these feelings. While it's natural to feel emotions due to our body's reactions, the mind should recognize these feelings without judging them as good or bad. Stay connected with the higher powers or the universe. You're truly in sync with them when you're content with your life and follow your inner guidance. This inner wisdom or intuition is a gift we all have, guiding us in our decisions. Are you upset with someone because they smell bad or have bad breath? Why? That's just how their body is. But remember, people can change if they're aware. Instead of getting mad, talk to them. Help them understand. If they listen, problem solved. Remember, you're better than just reacting. You can think and guide others. Live wherever you are just as you would anywhere else. If people make it hard for you, then it's okay to leave. Think of it like leaving a smoky room. As long as you're not forced out, you're free to do as you please. And what you want is to be thoughtful and considerate of others. The universe is designed to be interconnected. Everything has its place and purpose. Everything works together, from the smaller to the larger parts. Everything is organized and set up to work in harmony. The universe encourages collaboration and unity among its parts. Think about how you've treated everyone in your life, the gods, your family, teachers, friends, and even those who work for you. Have you always been kind and gentle with them? Remember all the experiences you've been through, both good and bad. Think about the beautiful moments you've witnessed, the challenges you've overcome, the recognition you've skipped, and the times you've been kind to difficult people. Why do people with less knowledge or skill often challenge those who are more informed and skilled? A truly intelligent soul is one that understands the bigger picture, the reasoning behind everything, and recognizes the patterns and cycles in the universe. Soon, all that will be left of you is memories, maybe not even a name. A name is just a sound, and the things we value in life are fleeting and superficial. We often act like kids, fighting and making up over trivial matters. But qualities like honesty, humility, justice, and truth are eternal. So, what's keeping you here? Material things are temporary and unreliable. Our senses can be misleading, and our very existence is fragile. Fame doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. So, what should you focus on until your time comes? Maybe living a life that respects the gods, being kind, patient, and understanding toward others. And whatever is beyond our physical existence, remember, it's not something you own or control. You can have a successful life if you choose the right path and stay true to it in everything you think and do. Both humans and higher beings share two benefits. First, nothing outside of them can hold them back. Second, their happiness comes from having a just mindset and actions and making that their main goal. If I didn't do anything wrong, or it's not a result of my actions, and if it doesn't harm the community, why am I worried? How does this affect the greater good? Don't get swept away by emotions too quickly. Help others based on what you can offer and what they truly deserve. If someone needs something that's not really essential, don't think of it as a big deal. It's like in movies where someone might want a simple toy as a memory, even if it's just a toy. Remember its true value. When you see people going crazy over something trivial, ask yourself, have you forgotten what's really important? Just because many people want it doesn't mean you should. Regardless of where I started, I believe I could have succeeded. Success is about having the right mindset, making good choices, and doing good deeds. Commentary. Book 5 begins in bed, not metaphorically, literally. Marcus opens with a complaint we all know. I don't want to get up. You can almost hear the groan, feel the warmth of the blankets, the heaviness of his limbs. This might be the most relatable passage in all of Meditations. The Emperor of Rome, supreme commander of legions and guardian of the civilized world, lies in bed, hitting the ancient Roman equivalent of a snooze button. But then he speaks to himself, sharply. What were you made for? He asks. To stay under the covers and be warm? You were made to do what humans are meant to do. To act, to serve, to work. The fact that even Marcus Aurelius had to give himself this speech is comforting. But more than that, it shows us something deeper. Self-discipline is not natural. It's cultivated. Comfort, laziness, indulgence, those are defaults. What Marcus is doing here isn't punishing himself. He's reminding himself that while rest is part of nature, so is effort. So is doing your duty. He's trying to reconnect to his purpose, not through guilt, but through clarity. This moment sets the tone for the rest of Book 5, which could be seen as a kind of Stoic boot camp, a tightening of routines, a sharpening of moral instincts, and above all, a call to stop performing and start living. Over and over, Marcus returns to one theme. Do what is right, and don't get distracted by praise or criticism. He warns himself not to seek validation, not to chase applause, not to be rattled by other people's opinions. In one passage, he tells himself that he doesn't need to be known for cleverness. He lists all the other virtues he can practice: honesty, dignity, kindness, simplicity, and reminds himself that none of them require recognition. That might be the hardest part to live today. We're trained from childhood to equate visibility with value, to post, to be liked, to be seen. Marcus, the most seen man in the Roman Empire, is arguing for the opposite. What is good does not need to be admired to be real. Virtue, to him, is its own witness, its own reward. He brings up a powerful image: the vine that produces grapes and doesn't demand thanks, the horse that runs without boasting, the bee that makes honey without keeping score. Nature doesn't ask for applause. It simply does its work. And so should we. The message isn't to become mechanical or joyless. It's to become sincere, to strip away vanity and return to function. If you can help, help. If you can serve, serve. Don't ask the world to give you a trophy for it. This theme appears again in his metaphor of the doctor. When life gives you pain, loss, or difficulty, accept it like a prescription, like a treatment for your soul. It might not taste sweet, but it's part of the healing process. This is Marcus at his most mature, not resisting life, but trying to understand what each experience is for. He doesn't romanticize hardship, but he doesn't resent it either. He sees pain not as punishment, but as information, as an opportunity to grow into the person he claims he wants to be. It's a deeply Stoic move. Turn every obstacle into an occasion for virtue. Not to win, not to prove anything, just to become a fuller version of your own soul. At one point, he even warns himself against brooding when he fails to live up to his own ideals. Don't get discouraged, he says. You're doing your best. And if you slip, try again. Forgive yourself. Return to the path. There's such a humane, gentle wisdom in that. A reminder that Stoicism isn't about being perfect. It's about returning to your principles, to your discipline, to your values. Another standout moment is his meditation on prayer. He praises the Athenians for praying in simple terms. Rain, rain, dear Zeus, on the fields of the Athenians. In other words, ask only for what is natural, what is good for everyone, and what is aligned with the earth. Don't beg for miracles. Don't manipulate the gods. Just ask for what is wholesome and accept the rest. Later, Marcus speaks about ambition and the quiet absurdity of it. Even people who lived long, powerful lives end up as dust. Even emperors become footnotes. Even the greatest cities fade. Why then should we measure our lives by fame or length? He reminds himself, and us, that what matters isn't how long you live, but how well, how clearly, how justly. And then he touches something raw, how to stay true to your values when no one else seems to care. If you can't live according to your principles in a palace, he says, you won't live by them in a tent. This is a sharp jab at the excuse we all make, that circumstances determine virtue, that we'd be better, truer, more disciplined if only we had a different job or environment or partner. Marcus doesn't buy it. He says, you are responsible for yourself now, wherever you are, and if you don't like what you've become, start changing it. No one's going to do it for you. One final thread in this book deserves attention. Marcus warns against falling for people who seem virtuous, but only because they talk about virtue. He tells himself not to get pulled in by fancy language, tortured style, or dramatic self-denial. What matters is clarity, sincerity, simplicity. If someone is truly wise, it will show in how they live, not in how they perform. That's a warning to philosophers, yes, but it's also a warning to himself, because he knows the danger of becoming a Stoic in name only, of saying all the right things while living in contradiction. He doesn't want that. He wants to be changed, truly, invisibly, internally, which is why Meditations exists, not as a speech, but as a mirror. Book 5, then, is not about grand revelations. It's about daily correction, morning reminders, little course adjustments. You wake up tired, and you remember your purpose. You face insult, and you remember your power to choose peace. You feel tempted to impress, and you return to humility. Every line here is a quiet tug on the sleeve. Wake up. Begin again. And when you do, even if it's just for today, that's enough. Book 6. The Role You've Been Given. The universe is adaptable and flexible. The force controlling it is inherently good, causing no harm. Everything exists and thrives under its guidance. Do what's right, no matter how you feel, cold, tired, praised, criticized, or even facing death. Remember, facing death is just another part of life. Just focus on doing your best in every situation. Reflect and be aware. Understand the true nature and importance of everything. Everything changes quickly. It will either spread out or come together, depending on whether everything is made of the same stuff. The guiding force understands its own nature and how it operates. The best way to respond to someone who has wronged you is to not stoop to their level. Find joy in doing good for others, always keeping in mind a higher purpose or power. The main part of you is what motivates and directs itself, shaping its own destiny and perception of the world. Everything happens according to the natural order of the universe. There's no other force outside or inside it that can change that. The universe is either a mess that keeps getting sorted and messed up again, or a well-organized system. If it's a mess, why worry about it? If it's organized, trust in its creator and feel secure. When life gets tough, take a moment to center yourself. Don't let disruptions throw you off for too long. The more you practice, the better you'll handle challenges. Imagine you had a stepmom and a mum. You'd respect both, but spend more time with your real mum. Think of the outside world as your stepmom and your inner peace or philosophy as your real mum. Spend more time with your inner peace. It'll make the outside world more bearable. Remember to see things for what they truly are. That fancy dish is just cooked fish or chicken. That expensive wine, it's grape juice. and that luxurious purple clothing is just sheep's wool dyed with shellfish blood. By understanding the basic nature of things, we can realize they're not as special as they seem. Whenever you're faced with something that looks impressive, break it down to its core, and you'll see it's not that grand. Don't get fooled by appearances, even when you think you're working on important stuff. Crates had something similar to say about even the great Xenocrates. Most things people admire can be grouped into a few categories. First, there are simple physical things like rocks, wood, or fruits. Next level up, people might admire living creatures like animals. Then, as people get more sophisticated, they value intelligence, but often only when it's tied to skills, crafts, or maybe the talents of the people around them. But if you truly value intelligence for its universal and collaborative potential, you won't get caught up in these superficial admirations. Instead, you'll focus on nurturing your own mind and working there with others who value the same. Everything is constantly changing. Just as something comes into existence, a part of it is already fading away. The world is always in flux, and time keeps moving forward, showing us new moments. In this never-ending flow of life, what's truly worth holding on to? It's like trying to cherish a bird flying by that's already gone. Our lives are brief, like a breath we take. The simple act of breathing, which we started at birth and will end one day, is a part of this fleeting existence. Just existing, like plants, or breathing like animals, isn't special. Being driven by our senses or emotions, living in groups, and eating to survive isn't unique. So, what matters? Seeking applause or fame? Not really, as that's just people making noise. What's truly valuable is acting in a way that's true to who you are. This is the goal of learning and self-improvement, to be the best version of yourself. If you achieve this, you won't desire anything else. But if you keep valuing countless other things, you'll never find peace, independence, or calm. You'll be stuck in jealousy, distrust, and conflict with others who have what you want. To find peace, focus on understanding and respecting yourself. This will align you with others and the universe, and you'll appreciate the journey and guidance you receive. Elements move in all directions, up, down, and around. But the path of true virtue is different and special. It's guided by something higher and is mysterious to us. It's odd how people often don't appreciate those they live with, but want approval from future generations they'll never meet. It's like being upset that we can't hear our ancestors' compliments. If something seems too hard, don't assume it's impossible. If it's something humans can do, and it's the right thing to do, believe that you can do it too. In sports, if someone accidentally hurts us, we don't hold a grudge. We're cautious around them, but don't treat them like enemies. We should do the same in life. Avoid those who harm us, but don't hate or distrust them. If someone can prove to me that I'm wrong in my thinking or actions, I'll happily change. I'm after the truth, and truth never harmed anyone. What does harm is stubbornly sticking to mistakes or not knowing better. I do what I need to do, and don't get sidetracked by things that don't think or feel. Treat animals and all things with respect and freedom, as someone who can think should. With other people, be friendly and work together. Whenever you're working on something, ask for guidance from a higher power. Don't worry about how long it will last. Even spending 3 hours on it might be enough. When Alexander the Great and his mule driver passed away, they ended up the same way. Either both went back to the starting point of life, or both became scattered particles. Think about all the different things happening inside each of us, both physically and mentally, all at once. It's pretty amazing. Now, imagine the vast number of things happening in the entire universe. It's mind-blowing when you put it in perspective. If someone asked you how to spell the name Antoninus, you'd spell it out for them, right? And if they argued about it, instead of getting mad, wouldn't you just calmly spell it out again? Life's tasks are similar. They're made up of different parts. Instead of getting upset with people who disagree with us, we should calmly handle the situation and move forward. Isn't it unfair to stop people from doing what they believe is best for them? Getting angry at their mistakes is kind of like doing that. People naturally gravitate towards what they think is good for them. If you disagree, instead of getting mad, guide them. Teach them why there might be a better way, and do it calmly. Death is when our feelings, emotions, thoughts, and physical needs stop. It's really disappointing when someone gives up mentally while their body is still capable. Don't let power go to your head. You might face that challenge. Stay genuine, kind, honest, respectful, quiet, fair, spiritual, loving to your family, and dedicated. Try to be the person philosophy teaches you to be. Respect the higher powers and be there for others. Life is short, and the best things you can leave behind are a clear mind and selfless actions. Learn from Antonine's example. Admire his dedication to thinking things through, his calmness, spirituality, kind personality, patience, and how he didn't seek attention. Notice how he understood things deeply, was kind to critics, was never rushed, didn't spread rumors, was observant, was careful with his words, and was fearless and honest. He lived simply, worked hard, got angry slowly, and was a true friend. He was open to different opinions and loved when someone corrected him. He was deeply spiritual, but not blindly following rituals. Live like him, so when your time comes, you're at peace with yourself. Wake up and clear your head. Realize that what troubled you was just like a dream. Now that you're fully awake, treat real-life situations the same way you'd treat that dream. I'm made of a body and a mind. The body doesn't really care about things because it can't differentiate between them. The mind, on the other hand, is only affected by its own actions. It only focuses on the present, not bothering about the past or the future. Just as it's natural for our hands or feet to work, it's also natural for humans to put in effort. As long as we're doing what we're meant to do, it's not against our nature. And if it's natural, it can't be bad for us. Think about it. Even people who've done bad things, like thieves, reckless individuals, or even tyrants, have experienced pleasure in their lives. Have you noticed how professionals, like craftsmen, stick to their craft's principles even when catering to the public's wishes? Isn't it sad that architects and doctors seem to value their profession's rules more than we value our own reasoning, which we share with the divine? Asia and Europe are just tiny parts of the universe. The vast ocean is like a single drop, and big mountains are like specks of dirt. Time-wise, the present moment is fleeting in the grand scale of eternity. Everything is small and always changing. All things come from a universal intelligence, whether directly or indirectly. So, things like lions' jaws, poisons, or even thorns are part of this grand design. Don't see them as separate from the beauty and vastness of the universe. Instead, think about where everything originates. If you've experienced the present, you've essentially seen all of history and the future. Everything, though times may change, is similar in nature and shape. Think about how everything in the universe is connected and how they depend on each other. Everything is linked and works together in harmony, following a specific order and unity. Embrace the life you've been given and the people you're surrounded by. Show genuine love and care for those around you. Just like a tool is made for a specific purpose, everything in nature has a purpose, and the force that created it remains within. Respect that force, and believe that if you follow its guidance, things will fall into place logically, just like everything in the universe does. When we desire things out of our control and don't get them, we often blame others, or even the gods. This mindset can lead to unfairness, but if we only focus on what's in our control, we won't have reasons to blame or resent anyone. We're all working together on a big project. Some people know what they're doing and why, while others don't have a clue. Heraclitus believed that even when people are asleep, they're still contributing to the world's progress. Everyone plays a different role, including those who complain and resist change. The world needs all types. So, decide where you fit in. The universe will find a use for you. Just make sure you're not playing a silly, insignificant role, like what Chrysippus mentioned. Think about it. Does the sun try to do the rain's job, or does Aesculapius try to act like Ceres? What about the stars? They're all different, but they work together for a common goal, right? If the gods planned my life, they probably had good reasons. It's hard to imagine them not thinking things through or wanting to hurt me. What would they gain from that? If they didn't plan for me specifically, they planned for the universe as a whole, so I should be okay with whatever happens. If the gods don't plan anything at all, which seems unlikely, then why do we even pray or make sacrifices? But even if the gods don't care about my individual life, I can still think about what's best for me. My purpose aligns with my nature, which is to think and connect with others. My city is Rome, but as a human, I belong to the world. So, what's good for these places is good for me. Everything that happens to an individual benefits the whole community. If you think about it, what's good for one person often turns out to be good for everyone else. Here, the word profit isn't just about money or tangible benefits. It's about the broader idea of something being beneficial. Just like watching the same show over and over can get boring, life can feel repetitive with similar experiences repeating themselves. Everything in life, from start to finish, seems to follow a pattern. So, when will it all come to an end? Always remember the people from the past, from all walks of life, and from every corner of the world. Think about famous personalities, philosophers, and heroes who've passed away. Remember people like Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates, as well as many other thinkers and leaders. Think about the brilliant minds like Eudoxus and Archimedes, and even those who humorously pointed out the short-lived nature of life. All of them have moved on. But is that a bad thing? What matters in life is to live it truthfully, justly, and kindly, even towards those who might not be the same towards you. To lift your spirits, think about the good qualities of the people around you. Maybe one person is super active, another is humble, and yet another is generous. Celebrating the goodness in others is truly heartwarming. So, always keep these positive examples in mind. Are you upset about not weighing 300 pounds, but just your current weight? If not, then why be sad about living for a certain number of years and not more? Just as you accept your weight, accept the time you've got. Try to get people on board with your ideas. But if they don't, keep doing what you believe is right. If someone pushes back, stay calm. Don't show that you're affected. Use that challenge to grow in other ways. Remember, you can't achieve the impossible. Your goal was to try, and you did that, even if the outcome wasn't what you expected. People who seek validation find joy in others' actions. Those seeking pleasure find it in their feelings. But wise people find happiness in their efforts. You can choose not to form judgments about things, which will give you peace. External stuff can't decide how you feel or think. Train yourself to really listen to others and try to understand where they're coming from. What doesn't benefit the group doesn't benefit the individual. If passengers criticize their driver or patients doubt their doctor, who will they trust? And how can the driver ensure a safe journey or the doctor guarantee recovery? So many people who were born around the same time as me are no longer here. People with certain conditions see things differently, like someone with a liver issue finding sweetness bitter, or someone with rabies fearing water. Kids love playing with a ball. So, why should I get upset? Isn't a mistaken belief just as influential as these physical conditions? No one can stop you from being true to yourself, and nothing can happen that isn't part of the bigger picture. Think about people's motives, who they want to impress, what they aim to achieve, and how they plan to achieve it. Remember how short life is, and how much is already in the past. Commentary. By the time we reach Book 6, there is a sense that Marcus has stopped trying to convince himself of Stoicism, and begun trying to live inside it. The entries become sharper, more condensed, more internal. It's no longer about learning the path, It's about staying on it, even when the fog sets in. The chapter opens with the steady heartbeat of his worldview. The universe is governed by reason. It's not chaos. It's not a blind machine. It's not a drama staged just to torment us. It may be hard to understand, but it's not hostile. And that belief, whether or not you share it, is what makes his peace possible. It's what allows him to accept sickness, betrayal, loss, and death not as punishments, but as parts of a greater structure. If everything is made with purpose, then even pain has its place. That doesn't mean Marcus likes suffering. It means he doesn't waste it. He doesn't argue with it. He takes the hit, breathes through it, and asks, "What can I do with this?" This is one of the recurring ideas in Book 6, that even when things are hard, you don't have to collapse. When life gets tough, he says, center yourself. It sounds simple, but it's deeply radical. Marcus is telling himself that emotional disturbance is a kind of disorientation, not a necessity. And like a sailor adjusting the rudder, you can steer back toward equilibrium. Not perfectly, not instantly, but deliberately. He returns to one of his most powerful metaphors here, the idea that the mind, when properly aligned, can turn everything, including misfortune, into fuel. This is the Stoic engine, not denial, not repression, but transformation. To Marcus, the human mind is something sacred, not because it's all-powerful, but because it can govern itself. It can observe its own thoughts. It can resist illusion. It can steer its own emotions. And above all, it can align with what is right, even when the body is exhausted or the world is unjust. This is why, throughout Book 6, you hear him telling himself, "Do the work." Even when you're tired, even when it's not fun, even when no one is watching, especially then. He sees life not as a series of pleasures to collect, but as a duty to perform, not grimly, but sincerely. When you do what is just, he says, do it because it's right, not because it's rewarded. That distinction is crucial and modern. So much of our motivation today is performance-based. We do the right thing when it gets applause, when it gets noticed, when it makes us feel good. Marcus urges the opposite. Do it anyway. Whether it's forgiving someone, staying calm, telling the truth, or keeping your promises. Do it because it's part of your nature, not your brand. He returns here again to a theme that haunted earlier books: death. But the tone is gentler now, more integrated. He doesn't rail against it or try to solve it. He simply reminds himself that death is natural. No different than a fig ripening or a leaf falling. If something is a part of nature, then fearing it is like fearing gravity or rain. It's wasted energy. But Marcus doesn't stop at death. He zooms out to look at time itself. He reminds himself how fast things pass. Empires, names, reputations, even civilizations, they all vanish. And if that's true, then what good is ambition? Why sacrifice peace for the opinions of people who won't remember you in a generation, or worse, never knew you to begin with? That realization leads to one of his more beautiful thoughts. Try living like a genuinely good person, one who takes pride in doing the right thing and being kind. Not perfect, not exalted, just decent, steady, grounded. This is Marcus at his most human. He's not calling us to be sages. He's calling us to be usable, to be of use, to our families, our communities, even to strangers. Not through grand gestures, but through constancy. One of the more poetic ideas in Book 6 is the comparison between internal order and cosmic order. Marcus asks, how can you believe the universe is chaotic when even your own body and mind crave order? That's not a scientific argument. It's a philosophical mirror. He's saying, If structure brings peace within, why wouldn't it bring peace without? If your best self emerges from discipline, why wouldn't the universe follow a similar rule? But even if you don't buy the cosmology, the moral remains. Live with purpose. Live with clarity. Don't let yourself get pulled in 1,000 directions. Don't scatter your attention. Ask, is this really necessary? That's one of the most useful Stoic tools, the filter of necessity. If the answer is no, drop it. Every unnecessary opinion, every unnecessary argument, every unnecessary worry, put it down. Travel light. This principle echoes Buddhist minimalism and even echoes modern productivity advice. But it's deeper than decluttering. It's about creating inner space, about protecting the mind from being suffocated by trivia. And then Marcus strikes a chord that feels almost timeless. Don't let people make you forget your values. They'll try. Some with seduction, some with fear, some with distraction. But the loss is yours, not theirs. So don't trade your integrity for comfort, or status, or popularity. The Stoic life isn't about success. It's about sovereignty. Late in the book, Marcus reminds himself, again, not to be angry when others make mistakes. He asks, would you get mad at someone for being sick, for being blind? Then why get angry at someone whose soul is still untrained? Their ignorance, he says, is like any other condition. And your job is not to punish it, but to respond with dignity. That doesn't mean tolerating abuse. It means staying upright in a world that leans sideways, not by force, but by conviction. What makes Book 6 powerful is not just its ideas, but its tone. It's written by a man who has seen the highs and lows of the human condition, who has commanded armies, buried children, survived betrayal, and still sits down each night to ask, how did I live today? Was I just? Was I clear? Did I make the most of my breath? These are not the words of a guru. They are the private conversations of a man trying to remain sane in chaos. And if there is any wisdom in Stoicism, it is this, that the world may not be good, but you can be. And sometimes, that is enough. Book 7. Don't be surprised. What's bad behavior? It's the same stuff we've seen over and over. Every time you see it, remember you've seen it before. Look around. It's the same old story. Whether you're looking at history or today's news, it's all been done before and will pass. How can core life values fade if the feelings they evoke are still there? You can always bring those feelings back. I can always have the right perspective, so why stress? Things outside my control shouldn't bother me. Remember this, and you'll stay grounded. See things as you once did, and you can always start fresh. Obsessing over entertainment, possessions, or minor disputes is like dogs fighting over bones or fish chasing bait. It's pointless, like ants carrying loads or mice running scared. Amidst all this, stand strong and kind, and remember what you value defines you. When talking, listen carefully to what's being said. In any task, focus on the action. For tasks, consider the goal, and in conversations, understand the true intent. Do I have the knowledge needed for this task? If I do, I'll use it because it's like a tool nature gave me. If I don't, I'll either step back and let someone more knowledgeable handle it, or, if that's not possible, I'll do my best and collaborate with those who can guide me. Whatever I do, by myself or with others, should benefit the community. Think about all the famous people from the past who are now forgotten, and many who celebrated them are long gone too. It's okay to ask for help. Just like in a team, everyone has a role. If you can't do something on your own, there's no shame in partnering up. Don't stress about the future. When it comes, you'll handle it with the same logic and reasoning you use now. Everything is connected in a special way. Everything is related to everything else, forming a united system. The universe, with all its parts, acts as one. There's a single force running through everything, a shared sense of reason and truth for all beings with the ability to think. Physical things get absorbed into the bigger picture quickly, and every action gets integrated into the grand scheme of things. Memories fade fast in the grand timeline. For thinking beings, living naturally means living logically. Be honest, whether it's natural to you or something you've learned. Just as body parts work together in a body, thinking beings function together in the universe. Remind yourself, I'm part of this vast network of thinkers. If you see yourself as just a small piece, you haven't fully embraced love for humanity. You should love doing good for its own sake, and realize that when you do good, you're also benefiting yourself. External events will impact things they can affect. If a part of you is hurt, let that part react. But for me, as long as I don't see it as bad, I'm not harmed. I have the power to choose my perspective. No matter what others say or do, I need to be the best version of myself. It's like gold or gems saying, no matter what happens, I'll shine and be valuable. Your inner self doesn't stress itself out. It doesn't scare itself or want too much. If someone else causes you to feel upset or scared, that's on them. Your inner self, where feelings come from, won't let bad vibes in. Your body might worry about being hurt and might complain when it is. But your soul, where you feel emotions, won't be easily hurt unless you let it. Your true self is free and won't be troubled unless you allow it. Being lucky means having a good mindset. Hey, random thoughts, why are you here? Leave like you came in. I don't need you. You're just an old habit, and while I'm not mad, I'd prefer you go away. Are you afraid of change? Everything comes with it. Change is natural and part of life. Think about it. To warm up your bath, wood has to burn. To eat, your food has to be cooked. Every useful thing involves change. So, the changes in you are just as natural and essential for the world. Everything in the universe is constantly moving and changing, just like water in a river. We're all part of this vast universe, working together, just like the parts of our body work in unison. Think about it. History has seen many great thinkers like Chrysippus, Socrates, and Epictetus come and go. Remember this idea whenever you think about anyone or any situation. My main concern is to act according to human nature. I want to do things the way a person should, in line with our natural instincts and desires. A time will come when you'll forget everything, and everyone will forget you too. Our main job as humans is to love, even those who make mistakes. Realize that these people are just like you, and they often make errors without realizing or intending to. Remember, life is short for both you and them. Most importantly, their actions haven't hurt your inner self or character. Nature is always shaping and reshaping everything from a common material, similar to how one might mold and remold wax. It might form a horse, then a tree, then a person, and then something else. These forms are temporary. Just like it's not a big deal for a toy to be assembled or disassembled, it's the same with everything in nature. Getting angry all the time isn't natural. If you keep making angry faces, you'll lose your natural charm and won't get it back. Think about this and ask yourself if it's logical. If you can't even see the wrong in getting angry, why continue living that way? Soon, nature, the ultimate force, will change everything you see around you. It'll transform things and then transform them again, keeping the world always fresh. When someone upsets you, think about why they might have done it. Maybe they have a different idea of what's right or wrong. When you understand their perspective, you'll feel sympathy instead of anger. Remember, you might also have some wrong ideas, so be understanding and forgiving. Once you clear up your misconceptions, you'll find it even easier to be patient with others. Instead of focusing on what you don't have, appreciate what you do have. Think about the best parts of your life and how much you'd miss them if they weren't there. But also, be careful not to become too attached, so if something goes away, you won't be too upset. Take some time to reflect. Your inner thoughts and logic naturally lead to contentment when you act fairly and find peace in doing so. Stop overthinking. Control intense emotions. Focus on the present moment. Understand what happens to you and others. Break things down to understand their origin and substance. Think about your legacy. Let people be responsible for their own mistakes. Pay attention to what's being said. Understand the reasons behind events. Value simplicity, humility, and staying neutral on things that aren't clearly good or bad. Care for others and listen to what the universe or God guides you towards. Everything has an order, even if we think it's just random events. About death. If everything is just made of tiny particles, death is just those particles being rearranged. If there's a greater plan, then death is just moving on to another phase. About pain. If it's unbearable, it'll end. If it continues, you can handle it. Your mind can distract from physical pain, and your spirit remains strong. If any part of you suffers, it can deal with it on its own. About fame. Think about how people think, what they avoid, and what they chase. Just like how sand piles cover previous layers, current events will overshadow the past. A thought from Plato. To someone who sees the bigger picture of time and existence, does life seem that big? Of course not. So, would such a person fear death? Definitely not. Antisthenes believed that a true leader does good things even if they're criticized for it. It's odd how we can control our facial expressions based on our feelings, but we struggle to control our feelings themselves. Getting mad at things outside of our control is pointless. Those things don't care about our anger. Bring happiness to us and the higher powers. Life is like crops. Some get harvested, and some are left untouched. If the universe seems to ignore me and my kids, there's probably a good reason. I stand by what's right and fair. Stay strong and control your emotions. Plato once said that a person shouldn't worry about living or dying, but about whether they're doing the right or wrong thing. He also believed that one should stick to their chosen path or position, not fearing death or anything else, except for doing something disgraceful. Plato also expressed that a true person shouldn't just aim to live longer, but should focus on living rightly. Accepting fate and figuring out how to make the best of the time we have is essential. Think about the movement of the stars and the constant change in nature. Reflecting on these things helps clear your mind from everyday distractions. Plato had a cool idea. When talking about people, it's like looking from a mountaintop down on life's events, farming, marriages, deaths, busy cities, quiet lands, diverse cultures, parties, sorrow, business, and how order arises from chaos. History has shown us how empires rise and fall. So, you can predict the future based on the past. Life events follow a pattern, so seeing life for 40 years is like seeing it for thousands of years. What else is there to witness? What comes from the earth goes back to it, and what's divine returns to the heavens. This means either atoms coming apart or eternal elements dispersing. People try all sorts of things to avoid death. For example, food, drugs, and incantations. But we have to accept whatever life, or God, throws at us, working hard without complaining. Someone might be stronger than you, but that doesn't make them more selfless, humble, adaptable, or forgiving. Whenever we act with reason and align with the natural order of things, shared by both gods and humans, there's nothing to fear. When our actions are in harmony with our true nature, everything is all right. In every situation, be content with what you have, treat others fairly, and always be alert to your thoughts, making sure you fully understand them before acting. Don't waste time trying to figure out what others are thinking. Instead, focus on your path and where life is taking you. Understand the role you're meant to play in the grand scheme of things. We all have a purpose, and for humans, it's to connect and support each other. Our main trait is our ability to socialize and connect with others. Next, it's essential to control our physical desires and not let them dominate our decisions. Our ability to reason should always guide us, keeping our passions and desires in check. Lastly, always be careful and avoid making hasty mistakes. If you keep these principles in mind, you'll be on the right path. Think of your past as done and gone. Live the rest of your life by good principles, like it's an unexpected bonus. Embrace what life throws at you. It's your unique path. What could be more suitable for you than your own journey? When things happen, think about others who've faced similar situations. They might have been upset or complained, but now they've moved on. Don't get caught up in those reactions. Instead, focus on how you can use such situations positively. Your main goal should be to feel good about your actions, remembering that the things you're stressing about are usually not that important in the long run. Look within yourself. There's a source of goodness inside you. Keep exploring it, and it'll always provide. Keep your body stable and consistent in its movements and positions. Just like our emotions and thoughts can be read on our face, our body should reflect our inner feelings and intentions too. But don't overdo it or make it look fake. Living life is more like being a wrestler than a dancer. While a dancer moves with planned steps, a wrestler has to be always ready for unexpected moves from his opponent. Always think about the kind of people whose approval you seek. Understand what drives their thoughts and choices. This way, you won't blame those who make honest mistakes, and you won't rely too much on their praise. Plato said that deep down, everyone values truth. The same goes for fairness, self-control, kindness, and other good traits. Remembering this will help you be more understanding and patient with others. Whenever you're in pain, remember it's not a sign of weakness, and it can't hurt your inner self or your ability to think and connect with others. Think about Epicurus's idea. Pain isn't forever, and it's not too much to handle, especially if you focus on its actual impact and don't exaggerate it in your mind. Also, we often deal with discomforts like tiredness, extreme heat, or lack of hunger without realizing they're similar to pain. If any of these bother you, remind yourself not to be overwhelmed by pain. Make sure you don't treat unkind people the same way they treat others. Be better than that. Why do we think Telauges wasn't as smart as Socrates? It's not just because Socrates faced challenges bravely, argued well, or stood up for what's right, like refusing to arrest an innocent person. It's more about Socrates' character. He was content doing the right thing, respected both people and gods, wasn't easily bothered by others' mistakes, and never let his physical desires control him. Our soul isn't so tied to our body that it can't think and act on its own. You can be amazing and not get noticed, and that's okay. Remember, a good life is based on a few simple things. Even if you don't become a top scholar, you can still be a kind, humble person who listens to their inner moral compass and believes in a higher power. You have the ability to remain calm and unaffected, no matter how much negativity surrounds you or whatever challenges you face. Even if everyone was against you or you faced life-threatening dangers, your inner self can stay peaceful. You can see things for what they truly are, not just how they appear to others. Every situation presents an opportunity to respond with reason and kindness, drawing on the strengths inherent in both humans and the divine. Nothing that happens is surprising or too challenging. Everything is familiar and manageable. The highest moral standard is to live every day as if it's your last, staying genuine, active, and sincere. The gods, despite being eternal, aren't bothered by constantly dealing with the wrongdoings of so many people over endless time. They even continue to care for them. Yet you, who have a limited time, find it hard to tolerate others, even though you're not perfect either. It's silly to focus on other people's flaws when you should be addressing your own, especially since you can change yourself, but not others. Anything that doesn't serve a logical or social purpose is considered less important by our rational mind. When you do something good for someone, that's the reward in itself. Don't expect praise or something in return like some people do. People don't get tired of things that benefit them. Since acting naturally benefits both you and others, keep doing it without getting tired. Nature created a structured world. Everything either follows a set pattern or has a purpose. Remembering this will help you stay calm in many situations. Commentary. By Book 7, Marcus Aurelius has entered the phase of philosophical journaling that feels less like writing and more like chipping away at stone. The thoughts are shorter, sharper. They don't build so much as orbit. Each line is a pressure point, a small act of realignment. We're not reading a book. We're witnessing a man continually recalibrating his soul. This book begins with one of the most stoic refrains. What you're seeing isn't new. Bad behavior. Seen it before. Vanity, greed, betrayal, mediocrity in high places. None of it is surprising. And that's the point. If you're surprised by human nature, then you haven't been paying attention. And if you haven't been paying attention, you'll suffer needlessly. This is not resignation, it's training. Marcus is building calluses on his expectations. He's trying to remember that outrage is often a kind of amnesia. We act shocked by things that are ancient, repeated, and entirely predictable. But if you've seen a storm before, you brace for it. You don't yell at the sky. That alone is a kind of wisdom, not to be unmoved, but to be unsurprised. Throughout Book 7, Marcus returns to the question of perception. He reminds himself that most of our suffering is not from what happens, but from how we interpret it. He writes, in effect, if you're disturbed, it's not the thing. It's your judgment of the thing. Change the judgment, and you'll change the impact. This is the Stoic method, distilled. Reframe, observe, pause. Don't rush to label something as bad, or unfair, or unbearable. Step back. Ask what it really is. Ask if it's under your control. Ask if it actually touches the part of you that matters, your mind, your character, your integrity. And if it doesn't, then let it go. This doesn't mean suppressing emotions. It means training your attention, the most precious faculty you have, to stay with what's useful, to not give your peace away to things that don't deserve it. It's not about building a wall around the soul, but a gate, and only certain things get in. There's a moment in this book where Marcus reminds himself, be like the cliff against which the waves crash, unmoved. This image is one of the great Stoic metaphors, not because it preaches coldness, but because it suggests endurance without aggression. The cliff doesn't fight the ocean. It doesn't shout at the waves. It simply stands, and in standing, it outlasts the storm. Imagine living like that, not numb, but immovable, not indifferent, but unshakable. That's not a lack of feeling. That's the product of deeply knowing who you are. Marcus continues to challenge the illusion of future fame. He reminds himself, again, how short memory is, how quickly even the great are forgotten, how the very people whose praise we seek are themselves fleeting, confused and often misguided. Why then should we crave their applause? This cuts straight to the modern disease of reputation, of online identity, of likes, of legacy. Marcus smashes through all of it with one insight. You cannot control what will be remembered of you, if anything is remembered at all. But you can control how you live today. You can control whether you're honest in this moment, or kind, or calm, or helpful. That is what remains real while you are alive. The rest is vanity in costume. And yet, Marcus is not cold. He urges gentleness. He tells himself to respond to others as nature intended, with patience, with understanding, with forgiveness when possible. They're just people, he says, doing what they think is right, even if they're wrong. This, again, is the difference between Stoicism and cynicism. The cynic gives up on people. The Stoic simply stops expecting them to be anything but human. He even leaves room for a kind of spiritual serenity. He affirms that if there are gods, then the universe is well designed, and there is nothing to fear. And if there are no gods, then the universe is still neutral, and there is nothing to beg from it. Either way, panic is irrational. You are part of something larger, something vast, and the best way to honor that is to live in harmony with your own nature. And that's the final note he strikes repeatedly. Return to your nature. Do what you were made for, not what's popular, not what's safe, not what's profitable. Just what is right, just what is good, just what is clear. You were made to reason, to act justly, to speak honestly, to live cooperatively. And whenever you forget that, whenever you feel yourself drifting, come back. Come back to the cliff. Come back to the flame that grows stronger with fuel. Come back to the moment. Because in the end, this is all you have. Your breath, your character, and the work in front of you. Everything else, power, comfort, recognition, is driftwood on the tide. Marcus knew that, and Book 7 is him reminding himself, don't reach for the driftwood, be the shore. Book 8, on moral hygiene. Remember, it's too late to make your entire life seem like that of a perfect philosopher, especially since many know you're far from being wise. You've faced challenges, and it's not easy to be seen as a philosopher now. So, stop worrying about what others think of you. Just live as long as you naturally can, even if it's a short time. Focus on understanding and following your true nature without distractions. You've tried many things seeking happiness, theories, wealth, fame, pleasures, but none brought real joy. True happiness is in playing your role as a human being. How? By guiding your actions with strong values. Which values? Recognize that genuine good empowers you with justice, moderation, courage, and freedom. Anything that doesn't bring these qualities can't be beneficial. Before you act, ask yourself, will this be good for me? Will I regret it? Remember, life is short, and soon everything will be gone. What's important is that your current actions align with being a thoughtful and social person, living by the same principles as the gods. Think about it. What did powerful figures like Alexander, Caesar, and Pompey truly achieve compared to thinkers like Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? The latter group understood the deeper truths of life and were at peace with themselves, while the former were often caught up in their ambitions and bound by their desires. People will do what they want, regardless of whether you complain or disagree. Stay calm, no matter what. Everything happens for a reason in the grand scheme of things. Remember, like past greats, such as Hadrian and Augustus, you too will one day be just a memory. So, focus on understanding situations and being a good person. Do what's right with kindness, humility, and honesty. Change is a natural part of life. Things move and transform, but there's no need to be afraid of these shifts. Everything follows a pattern and balance. Everything happens as it should. Every living thing thrives when it stays true to its nature. People thrive when they believe in truths, act selflessly, focus on what they can control, and accept life's events. Just like a leaf is part of a tree, we are all part of the universe. While a leaf is part of a system that doesn't think or feel, we are part of a universe that has purpose and order. Everything has its place and time in the universe. But don't expect everything to be exactly alike. Instead, see the bigger picture and how things relate to each other as a whole. You might say you don't have time to read, but you always have time to be humble and in control of your emotions. You have the time to rise above temptations, to not get angry with ungrateful people, and even to show them kindness. Stop complaining about life's challenges, even to yourself. No more negative talk about it. Regret happens when we miss out on something beneficial. Good things are always beneficial in some way and deserve our attention. A wise person wouldn't regret missing out on fleeting pleasures. So, pleasures aren't truly beneficial or good. For everything, ask, what is it really? What's it made of? Why does it exist? What's its role in the world? How long will it last? When you don't want to get out of bed, remember that being social and active is part of being human. Both animals and humans sleep, but it's in our nature to connect and be active. That's what feels right and good for us. Always challenge your thoughts using logic, morality, and critical thinking. Whenever you meet someone, think, what do they believe is right or wrong? If you understand their beliefs about pleasure, pain, success, and life, you'll get why they act the way they do. It's just how they see the world. Just as you shouldn't be surprised a fig tree gives figs, don't be shocked when the world works as it always has. A doctor shouldn't be shocked by illness, and a sailor shouldn't be surprised by changing winds. Remember, changing your mind or taking advice from someone doesn't mean you're not free. You're choosing to act based on your judgment and understanding. If you have control over an action, why do it this way? If someone else is in control, who can you blame? Atoms or some higher power? Blaming either doesn't make sense. So, don't blame anyone. If you can, fix the root of the problem. If not, at least address the outcome. If you can't do either, then complaining is pointless. Always have a reason for what you do. When something dies, it doesn't leave the universe. It transforms into different elements, just like everything else, including you. These elements also change, so don't be upset about it. Everything, like horses and plants, has a purpose. This shouldn't be surprising. Even the sun has its role in the universe, as do other forces. What's your purpose? Is it just to enjoy life? See if that idea truly resonates with your inner self. Nature has intentions for everything, from its start to its end. Consider a ball being thrown. Its rise has a purpose, and so does its fall. When it's on the ground, is that bad? Is it bad when a bubble pops or a lamp goes out? Everything has its time and place. Think about the inside of our bodies. They age, get sick, and eventually break down. People who give and receive praise, or those who remember and are remembered, they're all temporary, especially in this tiny part of the world. Here, even in such a small space, people can't get along, not even with themselves. And in the grand scheme, our entire world is just a tiny dot. Focus on what's in front of you, whether it's a thought, action, or word. If you're facing challenges, it's because you're hoping to be better in the future instead of working on being better now. Whatever I do, I'll do it to help others. Whatever happens to me, I'll accept it and believe it's part of the universe's plan, where everything is connected. Think about the stuff you deal with when taking a bath, the dirty water, the grime. It's kind of gross, right? Life has its messy parts too. People pass away all the time. Lucilla lost Verus and then passed away herself. It happened with Secunda and Maximus, Epitynchanus and Diotimus, Antoninus and Faustina and Sella and Hadrian. It's the cycle of life. Even those who thought they could predict the future or were very proud of themselves, where are they now? People like Carax, Demetrius, and others. They were significant for a while, but now they're either forgotten, turned into stories, or not even remembered at all. So, remember this. One day, the essence that is you will either scatter, the spark of life within you will go out, or it'll move to another place. True happiness comes from doing what's right. This means being kind to others, not getting caught up in our feelings, questioning our assumptions, and understanding the bigger picture of the universe and how everything connects. We all have 3 key relationships, with the responsibilities of our lives, with the greater force or universe that connects everything, and with the people around us. Pain is either a physical thing, and if so, let our bodies respond, or it's mental. But our minds can stay calm and not see pain as a bad thing. Our thoughts, plans, wants, and dislikes are all in our mind, which can stay unaffected by harm. Get rid of misleading thoughts and remind yourself, I have the power to keep my mind free from harm, desire, and chaos. Remembering the true nature of things helps me use them wisely. Always remember this inner strength you have. Whether you're speaking in a formal setting or just chatting, prioritize being sincere and meaningful over just sounding good. Always speak with integrity. Think about famous courts and families from history, like that of Augustus. All those people, his family, friends and advisors, have passed away. Think about families that ended with no one left to carry on their name. Even if ancestors wanted a long line of descendants, eventually one would be the last. And with that person's passing, the entire lineage ends. Live each moment of your life in a way that if that moment achieves its purpose, it's enough. No one can stop you from doing this. Sure, there might be external challenges, but those can't prevent you from being fair, self-controlled, or wise. If one plan gets blocked, adapt gracefully and find another way. Doing so still aligns with living a purposeful life. When good things come your way, accept them without getting arrogant. If you have to let them go, do so without fuss. Imagine seeing a hand or a foot severed from the body and lying lifeless. That's what someone becomes when they complain too much, isolate themselves, or act selfishly. If you feel disconnected from the bigger picture, remember you were meant to be a part of it. But the awesome thing is, even if you feel separated, you can always reconnect. This second chance isn't common, but it's a special gift given to humans. Just as nature adapts and uses everything that comes her way, we too have the ability to take any obstacle and use it to our advantage. This is one of the unique skills that rational beings like us have. Don't get overwhelmed by thinking about your entire life or all the potential problems you might face. When you encounter a problem, ask yourself, is it really that bad? Usually, it's not. Remember, it's only the present moment that can affect you, not the past or future. If you focus only on the present challenge and remind yourself that it's just one issue, it'll be easier to handle. Do people still mourn long-gone leaders like Verus or Hadrian? Probably not. And even if they did, would those leaders know or care? Even if they did care, those mourners won't live forever. So, what's the point of mourning indefinitely for a body that's just flesh and bones? If you're good at something, use that skill wisely. When I think about human virtues, I don't see anything that stops us from being fair. But I do see self-control that helps us resist physical temptations. Change the way you think about things that hurt you, and you'll be on solid ground. Think with reason. If you're not feeling logical, that's okay. Just don't let your logical side get hurt. Let any other part of you that feels pain deal with it based on its own understanding. Just like when any of our senses are blocked, it's bad for our nature, or when plants get obstructed, it's bad for them. For us, with our ability to reason, it's bad when our understanding is blocked. Think about this in your own life. Do you feel pain or pleasure? That's for your senses to deal with. If something messes up your plans, it's because you didn't plan with possible changes in mind. If you had, you wouldn't be upset. Nothing can stop our mind from doing its thing. No matter what's thrown at it, when it's focused, nothing can hurt it. I shouldn't stress myself out, especially since I've never purposely upset anyone. Everyone has their own way of finding happiness. For me, it's making sure my mind is healthy, not resenting anyone, and handling whatever comes my way with a positive attitude. I want to see the good in everything, and use everything as it should be used. Make the most of the present. People who want to be remembered don't realize that future generations will be just like the ones who annoy them now, and those people will also have their time come to an end. After that, why should you care about what they think or say about you? No matter where I go or what life throws at me, I'll stay true to myself and find inner peace. Why let any event disturb my peace of mind? Is anything really worth losing my inner calm over? Everything that happens is a natural part of life. Just like animals and plants face situations typical for their species, humans face human challenges. Why get upset about things that are just part of the natural order? You've got the strength to handle whatever life brings. If something outside of you is bothering you, it's not the thing itself, but how you perceive it. You have the power to change that perception. If you're upset about something in your character, you can work on it. If a task feels important and you're upset about not doing it, then either get to it or accept. There might be reasons out of your control preventing you. If you feel life isn't worth living without completing that task, then leave life gracefully, holding no resentment towards any obstacles. Remember that your mind is strongest when it sticks to its decisions, even if they seem stubborn. Imagine how powerful it becomes when those decisions are well thought out and rational. A mind free from emotional chaos is like a fortified castle. There's no safer place to be. If someone doesn't realize this, they're missing out. And if they do realize it, but don't act on it, they're making themselves unhappy. Only believe what you directly observe. If someone says they spoke badly about you, that's all you know. It doesn't mean it hurt you. If your child looks sick, that's all you see. It doesn't mean they're in serious danger. Stick to what you directly know and don't add your own assumptions. If you do this, remember, everything is a part of life's journey. You'll be okay. If something isn't to your liking, just avoid it. If your path has obstacles, find a way around. Don't waste time questioning why these challenges exist. Just like a woodworker has wood shavings as a byproduct, nature has its byproducts too. But unlike a workshop, nature doesn't throw anything away. Instead, nature is amazing because it recycles everything, turning what seems like waste into something new. Nature works perfectly within its own space and resources. Don't rush in what you do. Be clear when you speak and stand firm in your beliefs. Keep your emotions in check and don't let life's pace overwhelm you. Even if people criticize you or try to bring you down, it doesn't mean you have to let it affect your inner peace and values. Think of yourself like a clear fountain. Even if someone throws dirt into it, the fountain will quickly clear it out and remain pure. To maintain this inner peace, live every moment with calmness, honesty, and humility. If you don't understand the bigger picture of the universe, you won't know your role in it. If you're clueless about its purpose, you won't understand yourself or the world around you. Without this understanding, you'll be lost about your own purpose in life. So, why would you care about the opinions of those who are equally lost? Why seek approval from someone who's constantly unhappy with themselves? Why try to impress someone who regrets most of their own actions? Don't just breathe and be in sync with the air around you. Try to connect with the universal intelligence that's everywhere. Just like air is everywhere for us to breathe, this intelligence is available for everyone who's open to it. There's no evil powerful enough to destroy the world. When someone does something bad, it primarily harms them, not others. The good news is, if they decide to change, they can free themselves from this negative behavior. I don't let another person's decisions or feelings dictate my own. Even though we're all connected and impact each other, each of us has control over our actions and feelings. This means someone else's bad choices can't ruin my peace of mind. It's a system designed so that others can't make us unhappy. Think of understanding like sunlight. The sun shines everywhere, touches everything, yet never runs out. If you've ever seen a beam of light shining into a dark room through a small opening, you'll notice it travels straight and reflects when it hits a surface, lighting up what's around. It doesn't force its way in or get lost. It simply lights up what's open to it. If something doesn't let the light in, it just stays in the dark. Similarly, understanding flows smoothly, lights up open minds, and those who don't accept it are just keeping themselves in the dark. If you're afraid of death, you're either scared of feeling nothing or experiencing something new. If you feel nothing, then there's nothing to worry about. If you feel something different, you're still alive, just in a new way. We're all here to help and support each other. So either teach people to be better or be patient with them. Just like an arrow follows its path, our minds, even when thinking carefully or deciding on a goal, move forward towards their target. Try to understand what drives others and let them understand what drives you. Commentary. By Book 8, Marcus Aurelius writes like a man who is beginning to truly surrender, not in defeat, but in understanding. The tone is quieter, the thoughts shorter. There is less wrestling, less resistance. Instead, there's a kind of weary clarity, the wisdom that comes not from triumph, but from repetition. At this point in the meditations, Marcus is no longer trying to convince himself that life is difficult. He knows it is. He's no longer shocked by betrayal, vanity, or injustice. What he's focused on now is endurance, not just to bear suffering, but to live rightly within it. He wants to remember what is his and what is not, what he must carry and what he can finally lay down. The core theme of Book 8 is simple and devastatingly hard to practice. Don't let the actions of others corrupt your own character. That's the challenge. The world will be petty, greedy, dishonest, dramatic. But none of that justifies your own collapse. The fact that others fall short doesn't excuse you from standing tall. Again and again, he circles this idea. People will hurt you, ignore you, criticize you. But only if you allow their actions to deform your inner life do they actually cause damage. The soul, Marcus says, devalues itself, not when others harm it, but when it chooses to act in conflict with its own nature, when it becomes angry without cause, obsessed with pleasure, detached from reason, or corrupted by fear. This is one of the central engines of Stoicism, the belief that you are responsible for your moral condition, even when you are not responsible for your external circumstances. That idea can feel overwhelming, but it's also empowering. It means you always have something left, your agency. He reminds himself again that fame is nothing, that praise is empty, that the world forgets even the greatest names, even those who ruled or invented or transformed. Everything fades, he says. Even memory is temporary. If that's true, then it's not reputation you should chase, it's integrity, not being admired, but being true. There's a softness to his reflections on nature here, a tenderness that speaks to someone who has been worn down by stress and ego and now wants to rest in what is eternal. He sees the natural world, the stars, the elements, the rhythm of time, as a reminder that he is not the center, that the best he can do is play his part well and not fight the script. He gives himself a simple rule: act as if everything you do could be your last act, not to be dramatic, but to be clean, to not leave behind words you didn't mean or actions that were cowardly. And then, when death comes, you can leave not in panic, but in agreement. He also reminds himself not to be harsh with others who are ignorant or misguided. They act as they believe, he writes. Would you hate someone for not knowing the color blue? This is his way of reframing harm as confusion, of seeing people not as threats, but as fellow travelers who are simply lost. It's a radical shift, not easy to maintain, especially when wounded, but one that frees him from bitterness. This is also where Marcus returns to the idea that things are what they are, not what we call them. He breaks down objects into their most basic parts. Wine is fermented juice. Royal purple is blood-stained wool. A lavish meal is just dead animals and spices. He's not being cynical. He's doing a kind of mental alchemy, stripping things of their illusion to reduce desire. He wants to see through glamour and back to essence. There's a strange serenity in this practice. When you stop romanticizing what you crave, you stop craving it. When you call things by their true names, they lose their grip. This is how he trains his soul, not by force, but by demystification. He wants to love what is real, not what is sold. Toward the end of the book, he reflects on how quickly we are replaced. Even if you're remembered for a time, the people remembering you will also die. Eventually, every memory fades, and even the fame of emperors becomes trivia. This sounds bleak, but to Marcus, it's freedom. You don't have to impress the future. You only have to do your work now. He also offers what might be one of the most beautiful lines in the entire Meditations. You get so much peace when you stop worrying about what others are doing and focus on making your own actions just and pure. That single sentence could be tattooed on the inner wrist of the modern world. We are consumed with comparison, with outrage, with distraction. Marcus offers the antidote. Get back to your lane, your soul, your standards, your work. There's also a striking metaphor where he describes time as a river, constantly flowing, sweeping all things downstream. Everything changes. Everything moves. If you try to cling, you'll drown. But if you learn to float, to accept, you'll be carried by something larger. That's not passivity. That's wisdom. That's surrender with your eyes open. Book 8 doesn't teach you how to win. It teaches you how to stay upright when winning is no longer possible, when control is no longer available, when comfort is gone. It's a handbook for grace in gravity. Marcus writes not to impress, but to remember, and if we let him, he reminds us too, that nothing is really ours but our character. That the only thing that cannot be taken from us is our decision to live with clarity, calm, and conscience. The waves may come, but we do not have to sink. Book 9, Justice Without Anger. Doing wrong harms the natural balance, since everything in nature is designed to work together harmoniously. Lying is also harmful. The universe operates on truth, and lying, whether intentional or not, disrupts that harmony. It's like fighting against the universe's design. Those who chase pleasure and avoid pain without considering the bigger picture can also cause imbalance. This mindset often leads to blaming the universe when bad people get good things, or vice versa. Fearing pain or constantly seeking pleasure can lead to unjust actions, which is not in line with the natural order. We should be neutral about things that the universe treats neutrally, like pain, pleasure, life, death, or reputation. If we're not, we're acting against nature. Everything happens in the universe for a reason, stemming from an original plan set in motion by a higher force. This force designed a beautiful, interconnected system where everything has its place and purpose. Ideally, it's best to live a life free from lies, fake behavior, excess, and vanity. If not, it's better to move on from life once you're tired of these negative traits. Why would you choose to stay surrounded by negativity? A corrupt mind is even worse than any disease because it affects our human essence, not just our physical health. It's like a mental illness that's more damaging than any physical illness. Don't fear death. Accept it as a natural part of life, just like growing up, getting old, or any other life phase. Just as we anticipate the birth of a child, we should view death as another step in life's journey. However, don't be careless or overly dramatic about it. See it as a natural process. If you need some comfort, think about the chaos and differing values of the world you're leaving behind. You shouldn't be angry with the world, but be compassionate and understanding towards it. But also remember, you're leaving a world where many don't share your beliefs. If everyone did, maybe staying would be more appealing. But given the challenges of our differences, it's understandable to welcome the peace that comes with moving on. When someone does wrong, they're really hurting themselves by becoming a worse person. People can be unfair, not just by what they do, but also by what they fail to do. Be content with your current beliefs if you're sure of them, with your actions if they benefit society, and with your feelings if you're at peace with what life brings you. Clear away negative thoughts, control sudden urges, manage your desires, and always stay in charge of your actions. All animals share a single soul. However, all thinking beings share one collective intelligence. Just like there's one earth for everything on it, and for everyone who can see and breathe, there's one light and one air. All things naturally gravitate towards what's similar to them. Just like elements in nature, such as earth settling down or liquids merging, things that are alike tend to come together unless something stops them. Fire, for example, rises and can quickly spread because it's attracted to its own kind. Similarly, beings with intellect or consciousness are even more inclined to connect with those similar to them. This is why we see animals forming groups, like swarms or herds, and showing care for their young. Even among creatures with higher intelligence, there are communities, families, and forms of cooperation. Just think about how even stars, though far apart, seem to have a connection. However, ironically, it's only humans, the most advanced beings, who sometimes forget to connect and support each other. Yet, no matter how much we might resist, our nature to come together always wins out. It's harder to find an isolated human than it is to find a piece of earth that doesn't connect with other earthy elements. Everyone and everything, including humans, the universe, and even the divine, have their own time to shine and contribute. Just like plants have their seasons to bear fruit, our minds and reason give results based on their nature and timing. If you can help others understand better, do it. If not, remember to be kind and patient, just as the divine powers are with us, even helping us with our desires and goals. Why not be as understanding as they are? When facing challenges or pain, handle it without seeking sympathy or admiration. Your only goal should be to act in a way that benefits the community and is wise. Today, I've freed myself from stress. Actually, I've realized that the real stress was in my own thoughts and beliefs, not outside of me. Everything we experience is temporary and often ordinary. Today's world isn't much different from the times of our ancestors. External things don't tell us anything about themselves. So, who makes judgments about them? Our mind. It's not about how we feel, but what we do that defines our goodness or badness. Our virtues or flaws are shown by our actions, not feelings. Just like a stone doesn't care if it's thrown up or falls down, it's neutral. Look deep into people's minds, and you'll see the standards they're scared of not meeting and how they judge themselves. Everything is constantly changing. You're changing too, and so is the entire universe. Someone else's mistakes? That's for them to deal with, not you. Ending an action, desire, or opinion is like letting them go. It's not a bad thing. Think about the different stages of life: childhood, youth, adulthood, old age. Moving from one stage to another is just like letting go. So, why be afraid? Remember the times under your grandparents, then your mum, then your dad. With all those changes, was there ever a reason to be scared? Similarly, there's no reason to fear the changes and endings in life. Quickly check in with yourself, the world around you, and the person who upset you. Remind yourself to be fair. Remember you're a part of a bigger universe, and try to understand if the other person acted knowingly or not. Also, remember that person is connected to you in some way. We're all part of a bigger community, and everything we do should benefit that community. If what you're doing isn't helping the community, either directly or indirectly, then it's not aligning with the bigger picture. It's like being in a team and not playing along with everyone else. People argue over petty things, just like kids fighting over toys. We're all just souls dealing with the temporary nature of life. Think of it like a play about life and death. It helps put things in perspective. When faced with an issue, strip it down to its core. Think about its essence and how long it will truly matter in the grand scheme of things. You've faced a lot of unnecessary stress because you weren't content with doing what you're naturally good at. It's time to let go of that. When someone criticizes or dislikes you, Try to understand their perspective. Realize that their opinion shouldn't bother you. But remember, be kind to them. They're just like you. The universe supports them too, guiding them in various ways. Life's patterns are consistent. Things always cycle between highs and lows. Either there's a universal force guiding each event, so we should accept what it brings, or everything happens based on a predetermined plan, or it's completely random. Bottom line, if there's a higher power, things are good. If it's all random, we shouldn't live randomly. Soon, we'll all be buried, and even the earth will change. When you think about how fast things change, it makes everything else seem insignificant. Everything is connected, like a stream moving everything along. It's funny to see people thinking they've got it all figured out, especially when they act like they're both wise and influential. Stay focused on what you need to do now. If you can make a difference, do it without worrying about who's watching or trying to create a perfect world. Be content with small successes, as changing people's minds is tough. They often pretend to agree but feel trapped by their own beliefs. Think of historical figures like Alexander and Philip. Did they truly understand life's purpose and act accordingly? If they were just putting on a show, that's not for me. Philosophy is about simplicity and humility. Don't get lost chasing empty glory. Imagine looking down from a high place and seeing countless people going about their lives, celebrating, traveling in good and bad weather, and experiencing life's ups and downs. Think about the many who lived before you, those who will come after, and even those from different cultures. A lot of them don't know you, and many who do will soon forget, or even criticize you. Remember, chasing after lasting fame or current praise isn't really worth it. Stay calm, and don't let external things shake you. Act with fairness and focus on doing good for the community. It's what aligns with your true nature. Many worries are unnecessary and come from your own perceptions. Let them go to simplify your life. Understand the big picture of the universe. Think about the concept of forever and realize how quickly things change. Consider how brief life is compared to the vastness of time before and after it. Everything you see will eventually end, and those who witness these endings will also pass away. Whether someone lives a long life or a short one, the outcome is the same. What are people really like on the inside? What drives them, and why do they care about certain things? Try to see their true selves. When they think their criticism hurts or their compliments benefit us, they're really just full of themselves. Change isn't a loss. It's just a natural process that the universe enjoys. Things have always evolved this way and will continue to do so. So, how can you argue that everything has always been and will always be bad? With so many powerful forces out there, isn't it possible that everything is actually in balance and not doomed to endless suffering? Everything is made up of simple, often unappealing components: water, dirt, bones, and decay. Even what we value, like marble, gold, or clothing, comes from basic elements like earth or hair. Breath, too, is just air moving in and out, always changing. Stop stressing over this difficult life and overthinking things. Why are you so upset? Have you not faced such issues before? Think about what's bothering you. Is it the situation? Analyze it. Is it the details? Look at them closely too. Beyond these, there's nothing else. Remember, whether you experience life for 100 years or just 3, it's essentially the same journey. If someone did something wrong, it's their problem. And maybe they didn't even do anything wrong. Everything either comes from one main source, working together as one unit, in which case you shouldn't complain if it's for the greater good. Or everything is just random and eventually falls apart. So, why worry? Remind yourself, you've been through tough times, faced challenges, and you've adapted like everyone else. Think about it. Either the gods can help us, or they can't. If they can't, then why bother praying? But if they can, why not ask them to help us not fear, desire, or grieve about things outside of our control instead of asking for specific outcomes? If they can help us, it makes sense they'd assist with our mindset rather than external events. Maybe you think, well, I have control over my mindset. If so, isn't it better to focus on what you can control and stay free rather than obsessing over uncontrollable things and feeling trapped? Who's to say the gods don't help with our mindset too? Try praying this way and see what happens. Instead of praying, I want that person to like me, pray, may I be okay whether they like me or not. Shift your prayers like this and notice the difference. Epicurus had a unique perspective. Even when he was sick, he didn't complain about his health. Instead, he kept discussing philosophy, exploring how the mind can stay calm even when the body is suffering. He didn't let doctors act as if they were the most important people in the room. He remained cheerful. So, if you face challenges, stick to your beliefs and principles. Don't get caught up in the drama or negativity that others might focus on. Stay grounded, focus on the task at hand and the best way to tackle it. When someone's behavior upsets you, like if they're rude or dishonest, ask yourself, can the world exist without such people? It can't. So, accept that such people will always be around. Instead of getting angry, understand that every wrongdoer is just someone who's lost their way. Ask yourself how their actions truly affect you. You'll realize that they haven't harmed your inner self or your ability to think and reason. If they act wrongly, it's because they haven't been taught better. Maybe you should have expected them to act this way and prepared yourself for it. If you're upset about someone's betrayal or lack of gratitude, think about your role in the situation. Did you trust someone who was untrustworthy? Or did you do a favor expecting something in return? When you do a good deed, do it without expecting a reward. It should feel good just to do the right thing, just like eyes don't need a reward for seeing or feet for walking. Doing good for others is our natural purpose, and when we do, we're just fulfilling our role. Commentary. Book 9 is a lesson in restraint. Not the brittle, gritted teeth kind, but the calm, deliberate sort. Restraint that comes from understanding, not suppression. Marcus is speaking as someone who has seen too much of human nature to be surprised by it anymore. And yet, he is still determined not to let that disillusion him. He is learning how to live with people without becoming like them. This is where his stoicism becomes not just personal, but social. How do you stay decent in a world that rewards indecency? How do you work with people who are unjust, ignorant, self-important, and not lose your balance? That's the tension pulsing through Book 9. Marcus is no longer just wrestling with his inner life. He's in the palace, at court, dealing with real people, real pettiness, real politics, and trying, desperately, not to let it deform him. The Stoic answer is sharp and simple: do not return harm for harm. When someone acts wrongly, your job is not to echo them, it's to remain yourself. They curse, you stay silent. They lie, you speak plainly. They betray, you stand firm. This is moral resistance, not in grand gestures, but in daily restraint, not retaliation, but refusal. And Marcus frames it clearly. The wrongdoer is already punished by being the kind of person who does wrong. That's the great inversion of Stoic ethics. The harm is not in what you suffer, but in what you become. If you start copying bad behavior, you've already lost. This is a message as urgent now as it was in the Roman Empire. We live in a world of performance, outrage, imitation. When we're hurt, we want to hurt back. When we're criticized, we want to strike. But Marcus says, hold your ground. Don't become what you hate. That's not passivity. It's the highest form of discipline. And that's not easy, which is why Marcus, again, reminds himself that people act badly because they are mistaken. This idea returns like a mantra. They think they're doing the right thing, even when they harm you, even when they act with pride or cruelty. They don't believe they're villains. They believe they're justified. And if that's true, if wrongdoers are simply in error, then your response should be correction, not vengeance, pity, not rage. You can see Marcus struggling to believe this in moments. These are not naive reflections. They come from someone who has been betrayed, disappointed, insulted, and who is still trying not to become bitter. And the medicine he reaches for is reason. Not emotional distance, but mental clarity. At one point, he makes a subtle but powerful observation. No one does wrong willingly. Even the worst actions come from a kind of ignorance, a blindness of the soul. So don't hate them. Help them if you can. Move on if you can't. But never let their mistake become your mistake. There's another recurring thread in this book that seems almost custom-written for the 21st century. Don't gossip. Don't talk about people behind their backs. Don't obsess over what they're doing. Don't let your time be wasted by low conversation or cheap amusement. He urges himself repeatedly to keep his thoughts clean, his words clean, his conscience clean. And again, Marcus finds peace in nature. He reminds himself that everything, death, decay, even failure, is a part of the larger flow. Why mourn a falling leaf, he asks, if you know it's part of the cycle? Why fear your own death if it's just a return to the source? This is not resignation. It's alignment. The Stoic does not fight nature. The Stoic tries to become it. In one of the more striking entries, he writes about people who are always washing themselves, not literally, but morally. These are the ones who make a show of purity, who dramatize their own goodness. Marcus rejects this. He wants quiet virtue. He wants to be good, not be seen as good. That's a timeless distinction, and one we keep forgetting, especially in a world obsessed with moral performance. He urges himself to act unselfishly, truthfully, and with good grace. But here's the key. He doesn't say this like a motivational speaker. He says it like a man reminding himself not to slip, because it's easy to act kindly once. It's hard to keep doing it when no one thanks you, when people take advantage, when life keeps hitting the same bruises. That's why he writes meditations, to recalibrate. He also reminds himself that even if he lives 100 years, it will all vanish in the blink of time. Soon, he writes, you will have forgotten everything, and soon everyone will have forgotten you. This is not morbid, it's grounding. If nothing lasts, then don't cling. Don't waste your days building castles in the sand. Instead, focus on what matters now, the task in front of you, the person in front of you, the breath you're taking now. Book 9 also contains one of his more introspective questions. Why are you not satisfied with simply doing the work of a good person? That line stings, because he knows the answer. Ego. We want to be admired, noticed, rewarded. We don't just want to do the work, we want it to be seen. But Marcus is reminding himself, the work is enough. Being just is enough. Being kind is enough. Doing what is right, even quietly, is enough. There's also this. Marcus sees how often we waste time trying to change other people, trying to control their opinions, trying to correct them when they don't want to be corrected. He reminds himself, and us, to focus instead on mastering ourselves. That's the only real power we have. The rest is illusion. In the end, Book 9 is a mirror. It reflects our worst instincts: vengeance, vanity, gossip, self-righteousness, and gently offers another way: silence instead of insult, forgiveness instead of fury, simplicity instead of show. It's not about being holy, it's about being whole. Book 10, Alignment with nature. Hey soul, will you ever be true to yourself, transparent and content? Will you ever feel complete without chasing after pleasures or wishing for more time and better surroundings? Can you be happy right where you are, right now? Can you believe that everything you have is exactly what you need and that whatever comes your way is for the best? Can you see yourself as part of a bigger picture where everything is connected and constantly changing for a purpose? And most importantly, can you feel connected to the world around you, in harmony with both the divine and other people? Listen to what your natural instincts tell you. If it's good for you and doesn't harm your well-being, go for it. Remember, being rational also means being considerate of others. Stick to these guidelines and don't overthink it. Whatever comes your way, you're either equipped to handle it or you're not. If you can, deal with it without complaining. If you can't, it'll eventually pass. Just know that your mindset can make any situation bearable if you see the benefit or purpose behind it. If someone's making a mistake, kindly guide them. If you can't help them see the error, then either look at what you might be doing wrong or let it go. Everything that happens is a part of a grand plan that's been set for you since forever. Your life and its events have always been connected in this vast web of existence. Whether everything is made of tiny particles or there's a universal rule guiding everything, two things are clear. First, I'm a small piece of a big universe that follows certain rules. Second, I'm connected to other beings like me. Keeping this in mind, I won't complain about what life gives me, because what's good for the whole universe is good for me too. The universe is designed not to harm itself. So, if I remember I'm a part of this universe, I'll be content with what comes my way. Also, since I'm connected to others, I'll act in a way that benefits everyone and avoids causing harm. This way, my life will be meaningful, much like how a person feels fulfilled when contributing positively to their community. The things that make up the universe are always changing and transforming. If parts of the universe are meant to change, it doesn't make sense to think that nature intended to harm its parts, or that it overlooked this change. It's just how things are. So, it's strange to be upset when things change or end, because that's just nature's way. Besides, everything eventually breaks down into its basic elements, either getting scattered or turning back into earth and air. It's not like these elements have been with you since birth. They come from the food you eat and the air you breathe. Even if these recent elements influence you a bit more, the fact remains, change is a natural part of the universe's design. Adopt these qualities, being kind, humble, honest, wise, patient, and strong. Make sure you stick to them, and if you lose track, quickly get back on course. Remember, being wise means being observant and attentive. Patience means accepting what life throws at you, and strength means prioritizing your mental well-being over physical discomfort or fear of things like death. If you can truly live by these qualities without needing validation from others, you'll transform your life. But if you keep getting distracted or messing up, it's okay to step back and find a place where you can refocus. Or if things get too tough, know when to gracefully exit, ensuring you've done at least one thing right. Always remember, just like trees are meant to bear fruit and dogs are meant to hunt, humans have a purpose too. So, aim to be the best version of yourself, not for praise, but to grow and fulfill your purpose. Modern life with its distractions like movies, war, fear, laziness, and people-pleasing can make you forget the important lessons you've learned from observing the world around you. Whenever you do something, not only should you complete the task, but also learn from it and build confidence from that knowledge. Don't show off, but don't hide your knowledge either. Will you ever truly understand simplicity and dignity? Can you see things for what they truly are, where they fit in the world, how long they last, what they're made of, and who they belong to? A spider feels proud catching a fly. One person feels the same catching a small animal, another catching a tiny fish, another hunting bigger animals, and another defeating an enemy in battle. But aren't they all just showing off, if you really think about their motives. Learn to see how everything is connected and transforms into one another. Keep practicing this perspective. It'll help you develop a broader mindset. By understanding this, you realize that we're all temporary in this world, which makes you act fairly and in harmony with the universe. Don't worry about others' opinions. Focus on doing the right thing and embracing your journey. Such a person is calm and only wishes to act rightly and in alignment with the universe. If you're unsure about something, take a step back and seek advice. If you know what's right, then move forward confidently. If challenges come up, handle them wisely and always lean towards fairness. By always following reason, you'll find peace but will be ready to act when needed, always staying positive and balanced. Every morning, remind yourself, does it matter if someone else does the right thing? No. Remember the true nature of people who are quick to judge others. Think about their actions and priorities. Don't let them distract you. Focus on maintaining your integrity and staying true to your values. Nature gives and takes everything. A wise and humble person would say, give what you want, take what you want. And they'd say this genuinely, not to show off, but out of real respect for nature. You've got limited time left in life. Live like you're on top of the world. No matter where you are, live as a good person, true to the world's values. Let people see you living authentically. If they can't handle it, and it comes to it, better to die standing for what's right than live their way. Stop just talking about what it means to be a good person. Just be one. Always think about the vastness of time and the universe. Realize that everything, when broken down, is simple and small, like a seed or a twist of a drill. Look around and understand that everything is changing, fading, or on its way out. Everything is temporary. Think about how people are in their daily lives, eating, sleeping, or doing basic stuff. Then see them acting all-important, or getting mad, or acting like they're better than others. Remember, not long ago, many of them were taking orders from someone else. Where will they be soon? Whatever happens by nature's design is beneficial for everyone, and it's always at the right time. The earth enjoys the rain, just as the sky does. The universe likes to make things happen. So, I'll tell the universe, I love what you love. It's like when we say, such things just like to happen. You're either living your usual life here, going somewhere else because you want to, or you're passing away, having done your duties. That's pretty much it. So, stay strong. Remember this. A quiet place in the countryside is just like anywhere else. Life goes on the same, whether you're on a mountain, at the beach, or anywhere. A wise person can find peace anywhere, turning any place into their own sanctuary. I need to think about what my soul means to me. What am I turning it into? How am I using it? Is it lacking understanding? Does it feel disconnected from the bigger picture? Or is it too tied to my physical body, following every little desire? Someone who runs from their responsibilities is like a person escaping from their boss. Our duty is to follow the natural laws of life. If you break them, you're running away. If you can't accept things that have happened or will happen because of destiny, then you're also running away. If you're upset, scared or angry about it, you're not facing your responsibilities. When a man contributes to conception, he leaves, and then nature takes over to grow a baby. It's incredible how a baby forms from just that start. Similarly, when a child eats, the body magically transforms it into energy, feelings, and growth. Think about these hidden processes and recognize the force behind them, just as we notice things falling or rising, even if we can't see the force itself. Realize that history repeats itself. What's happening now has happened before and will happen again. Think about all the events and stories you've heard from the past, like the courts of famous leaders like Hadrian, Antoninus, Philip, Alexander, or Croesus. The situations were the same, just with different people involved. Picture someone complaining or fussing about something as a pig, unwillingly getting ready for sacrifice. And if someone's sulking alone about life's challenges, remember, only rational beings, like humans, can choose to accept what happens. Everyone else just goes along with it because they have to. Whenever you do something, ask yourself if the fear of death is because you'd miss doing that particular thing. When someone's actions upset you, take a moment to reflect on your own flaws. Think about times when you might have given too much importance to money, fleeting pleasures, or a brief moment of fame. This perspective will help calm your anger. Remember, often people act a certain way because they feel they have no other choice. If you can, try to help them see another way. When you come across people like Soterio the Socratic, remember others like Eutyches or Hymen. If you think of Euphrates, remember Eutychio or Silvanus. When you meet Alciphron, recall Tropaeophorus, and with Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. Every time you think about yourself, consider figures like the Caesars or any other person. Ask yourself, where are they now? The answer, gone, lost in the vastness of time. Everything in life is fleeting, like smoke. So why worry so much? Just focus on making the best of your short time here. Everything around you is an opportunity to learn and grow. Embrace all experiences, just as a strong stomach digests all kinds of food, or how a bright fire can turn everything into light and warmth. Make sure no one can genuinely say that you aren't straightforward, honest, and kind. If someone thinks otherwise, prove them wrong through your actions. This is something you can control. Decide to be a good and genuine person, and if you feel you can't be, then perhaps it's time to reevaluate your life's purpose. Reason doesn't want you to live a life that's not true to yourself. Ask yourself, what's the best action or response in this situation? Whatever that answer is, you have the freedom to act or speak that way. Don't make excuses or think you're limited. You'll only find peace when you fully embrace your potential and see every opportunity as a chance to act in line with your true self. Find joy in every action that aligns with your true nature. This freedom is yours everywhere. Think about it. A cylinder can't always roll the way it's meant to, just as water, fire, or anything governed solely by nature or an irrational mind can't always move or act freely. There are obstacles everywhere, but our rational mind can navigate any challenge and stay true to its purpose. Remember how effortlessly reason can navigate challenges, like how fire rises or a stone falls. Don't overcomplicate things. The only real challenges we face are either physical or come from our own perceptions and beliefs. And the truth is, these challenges don't make us worse. They offer opportunities to become better. Lastly, remember that nothing harms an individual if it doesn't harm the community, and nothing harms the community if it doesn't harm its guiding principles or laws. So, anything that doesn't harm these principles can't harm the community or its members. For someone rooted in true values, even the simplest reminder can keep them free from sadness or fear. Consider this. Leaves fall, but trees produce more every spring. Similarly, as one generation of people ends, another begins. Your children, those who praise or criticize you, and even those who remember you, are all like these leaves, temporary. They come into existence for a while, and then are replaced by others. Everything has a limited lifespan, yet we behave as if some things are eternal. Soon, you'll pass away, and someone else will mourn your loss. A healthy eye should appreciate all it sees without demanding only specific colors, just as a good ear should be open to all sounds. In the same way, a healthy mind should be prepared for any eventuality. Wanting only specific outcomes, like desiring only praise or wanting only good for our loved ones, is as limiting as an eye wanting only to see green or teeth. No matter how fortunate a person is, when they're on their deathbed, someone will be relieved they're going. If the person was good and wise, someone might think, finally, I won't feel judged by him anymore. That's for a good person. For me, there are even more reasons why many would be glad to see me go. When I'm dying, I'll think, I'm leaving a world where even those I cared for might want me gone, maybe even hoping to benefit from it. Why cling to life then? But don't leave with bitterness. Stay kind and gracious. Leave the world peacefully, not forcefully, just like a natural death, where the soul easily leaves the body. Nature brought us together with others, and now it's time to part. Leave as if saying goodbye to family, accepting it's time to go. Always try to understand why someone does something, but start with yourself. Reflect on your own actions first. Remember that what drives our actions is the inner spirit. That's the real essence of a person. Don't mistake this force for the physical body it resides in. Other than being part of us, our body parts are tools, just like a carpenter's axe. Without the guiding spirit, they're as useful as a pen without a writer. Commentary. Book 10 is a return to first principles, not out of curiosity, but out of necessity. Marcus is not speculating here. He's reinforcing. The mood is almost clinical. The lines are brisk, stripped of ornament. He's not writing to explore new insights. He's writing to stabilize. To not lose what he spent years trying to build. A mind that sees clearly, acts justly, and remains unshaken by the chaos of life. At the core of this book is a quiet, powerful repetition. You are a rational being in a rational universe. He says it in different ways, sometimes directly, sometimes obliquely, but the foundation is clear. There is a cosmic order, whether or not we understand it. Everything has a place. Everything has a purpose. And if you align yourself with that order, by being honest, disciplined, cooperative, you don't need anything else. This belief isn't mystical. For Marcus, it's practical. Because if the universe is random and unjust, then despair makes sense. But if it's ordered, if there is a reason behind the rhythm, then our job is not to demand answers, but to act well inside the limits we've been given. You don't need to understand every law of nature to walk in harmony with it. He comes back again to the theme of death, but it feels more integrated now, less somber. He reminds himself that death is not an outrage. It's a design feature. Leaves fall, he says, so others may grow. And so will you. This doesn't inspire despair. It inspires release. What a relief to not be the center of the story. What a comfort to know that stepping aside is not a failure. It's fulfillment. And this acceptance of mortality is not about apathy. On the contrary, it sharpens the present, because if your time is short, your energy should be spent on what matters most. And for Marcus, that is always the same. Doing your work, being kind, speaking the truth, living according to your nature. He reminds himself, and us, that external things do not define us. The body is a shell. Reputation is a noise. Even emotions, if not examined, are passing shadows. What matters is your ruling mind, that small, steady flame inside you that can decide what to do with whatever life hands you. In one striking passage, he reflects on anger and how ridiculous it is to lose your temper with the world. Why get angry at a fig tree for producing figs? He asks. Why be surprised when people act according to their nature? If someone lies, or boasts, or cheats, that's what untrained souls do. Your job isn't to react with scorn. Your job is to remain yourself. Let them act small, you stay large. This is where Marcus shows his spiritual discipline, not by retreating from the world, but by staying in it without being changed by it. That's what's hard. Not detachment, but presence without distortion. Integrity without isolation. Calm, even as the walls shake. He also begins to speak more clearly about the present moment. That's all you have, he says. Not the past, it's gone. Not the future, it's uncertain. Only this breath, this choice, this action. Live as if you were dying, he says, not to inspire fear, but to wake himself up. to stop postponing virtue, to stop making excuses, to do the thing now, before it's too late. The Stoics weren't obsessed with death because they were gloomy. They were obsessed with death because it was the only thing that broke through our delusions. Marcus isn't morbid. He's motivated. He knows that remembering your own mortality doesn't weaken you. It clears the air. It silences trivial complaints. It invites you to live with urgency, but not panic. With purpose, not pressure. There's also a moment of philosophical precision where he describes the three things that disturb us: the body, the soul, and external events. And of those three, only the second, the soul, is truly yours. Pain may come. Loss may come. But if your character stays clean, you haven't been harmed. That's the Stoic definition of injury. Not what happens to you, but what you do to yourself in response. That's a hard teaching. But it's also the most freeing, because it puts your well-being not in the hands of fate or public opinion or politics, but back into your own hands. No one can take your peace from you unless you give it away. There's also a theme here of inner stillness. Marcus speaks of the importance of keeping your ruling mind clear, like a calm sea or a fortress wall, not to shut out the world, but to prevent the outside from contaminating the inside. That stillness is what allows you to judge wisely, act fairly, and speak with precision. It's not passivity, it's control. One of the more subtle ideas in Book 10 is the notion that everything is interwoven, that we are not isolated beings, but part of a single body. That means injustice to another is injustice to yourself. That cooperation isn't just a virtue, it's a recognition of truth. You are not just a self. You are a cell in the larger living system. And health, in that context, means unity. So when someone wrongs you, Marcus says, try this. Remind yourself, we are family. We share the same nature. I will not let my mind become like his. This isn't sentimentality. It's a form of radical responsibility. If the world is fragmented, begin by being whole. By the end of the book, Marcus isn't preaching. He's whispering to himself, stay clean, stay focused, be just, let things go, return to your post, speak only what is necessary. Do not add unnecessary layers to events. Don't speculate, don't react, don't spin stories. Just meet life as it comes, moment by moment, with a steady hand and an open mind. That's what Book 10 is. Not a sermon, not a set of rules, but a field manual for sanity. The kind you write after being tested, humbled, and nearly broken. Marcus is reminding himself, and us, that virtue doesn't shout. It doesn't pose. It doesn't beg to be noticed. It just does its work. Quietly, steadily, without apology. And maybe in the end, that's all we need. Book 11, Radical Honesty. The rational soul has unique traits. It's self-aware, self-regulating, and can shape its own destiny. While plants and animals produce for others, the soul creates for itself. No matter when life ends, the soul remains complete. It's like an actor whose performance remains intact, regardless of interruptions. The soul understands the vast universe, eternity, and the repetitive nature of existence. A 40-year-old, given the repetitive nature of life, has essentially experienced what past and future generations will. The soul values love, honesty, humility, and self-respect, aligning with universal justice. If you break down a song into individual notes or a dance into specific moves, they lose their appeal. Ask yourself if each note or move impresses you, and you'll likely say no. This way of thinking should apply to most things, except for virtues and good deeds. Always break things down to their basics, to truly understand, and often to see their insignificance in the broader scheme of life. Imagine being at peace with the idea of leaving this world, whether it means ceasing to exist or transforming into something else. This acceptance should come from personal reflection, not just stubbornness. It should be genuine and without any dramatic flair, inspiring others to feel the same way. Have I contributed to the greater good? Isn't that beneficial for me too? Keep this idea close and always act on it. What's your true skill? Doing good. And how can you achieve that? By understanding the bigger picture of nature, and specifically human nature. Tragedy in theatre was created to show us that certain events are inevitable. It reminds us that if we can enjoy these stories on stage, we shouldn't be overly upset by similar events in the real world. Some playwrights have shared valuable insights like, if the gods ignore me and my kids, there's a good reason. Being mad at external events is pointless. Life should be enjoyed like we enjoy ripe grains of corn. After tragedies, the old comedy came along, speaking truths and teaching us humility. Diogenes had a similar approach. Then, there was the middle comedy, followed by the new comedy, which eventually just became about clever imitation. While the new comic writers had some good points, what was the real purpose behind all their work and performances? It's clear that your current life is perfectly suited for philosophical exploration. Just as a branch separated from its tree is no longer part of that tree, a person who distances himself from another breaks away from the larger human community. This distancing often happens due to negative feelings like hatred. However, thanks to the wisdom of Zeus, we always have the chance to reconnect and become part of the larger whole. But the more separations that occur, the harder it is to rejoin. And a naturally connected branch is different from one that's been reattached. If people challenge your natural decisions, don't let them deter you or make you feel negatively towards them. Stay committed to your beliefs, but also be kind to those who disagree. Being angry with them or giving up are both signs of weakness. Walking away or not supporting your friends and family is just as bad. One nature is superior to any human-made art, since all arts are inspired by nature. Therefore, the vast universe, the grandest form of nature, is above all human creations. Just as artists use raw materials to create something greater, nature does the same, leading to values like justice. This foundation of justice is vital. We can't uphold it if we're overly concerned with trivial matters or if we're gullible and inconsistent. If you find yourself constantly chasing or avoiding things that stress you, remember it's often you going to them, not them coming to you. Stay calm and centered, and these things will lose their power over you. The soul is at its best when it's balanced, not reaching out too far or closing in too much. It should be clear and bright, helping you see the truth in everything, both outside and inside. If someone looks down on me, that's their issue. I'll focus on ensuring I don't give them a reason to. If someone dislikes me, that's on them. My approach will always be kindness, understanding, and offering guidance if they're mistaken, not to show off, but out of genuine goodwill. Just like Phocion, if he truly meant it. Live in a way that even the gods would see you neither upset nor complaining. Why not act true to yourself and accept what the universe brings your way, especially when it's for the greater good? People might act superior, but they often end up flattering and bending to each other's whims. When someone says, "I'll be honest with you," it's unnecessary. Honesty should be a given, evident in one's actions and expressions. Just as love is visible in the eyes of lovers, a person's true nature should be obvious. Genuine honesty shouldn't need an announcement. It should be as noticeable as a strong scent. Beware of fake friendships. They're the worst. True kindness and integrity are evident in a person's gaze and are unmistakable. Living the best life is within our control, especially if we don't get too caught up in things that don't truly matter. This becomes easier when we realize that things around us don't shape our opinions. We do. We can choose not to let negative thoughts stick, or if they sneak in, we can quickly let them go. This mindset is only needed for a limited time since life is short. So why see it as hard? If something feels natural, embrace it, and it'll get easier. If it doesn't, figure out what feels right for you and pursue it, even if it's not glamorous. Everyone should be allowed to chase what truly makes them happy. Reflect on where everything comes from, its components, how it'll evolve, and its future state, realizing that it won't experience harm. Remember our connection to humanity. We're made for each other. Think of it as team members supporting one another. Think about how people behave in everyday situations and the beliefs they stand by, sometimes with misplaced confidence. If people act correctly, great. If not, they're likely acting out of ignorance. Nobody wants to be seen as unkind or unfair. You're not perfect either. Even if you avoid certain mistakes, the potential to make them is still there. Don't be too quick to judge. It takes knowledge to understand others' actions fully. If you're feeling stressed, remember life is short. We're here for only a brief moment. It's not others' actions, but our reactions that upset us. If you don't see something as a personal slight, it won't bother you. Often, our reactions to problems are worse than the problems themselves. Genuine kindness is powerful. If someone tries to hurt you, respond with understanding. Show them a better way with compassion, not sarcasm. Remember, expecting people with bad intentions not to act on them is unrealistic, but you can't let them harm others and expect them to spare you. That's not how it works. Consider these tips as tools for life. Start being more understanding and patient. Avoid anger and excessive praise. Both can lead to issues. Remember, true strength comes from patience and understanding. The closer you are to staying calm, the stronger you are. Lastly, hoping that wrongdoers won't act wrongly is naive, but expecting them to harm others and leave you untouched is not just foolish, it's unfair. There are 4 mindsets you need to watch out for and address when they surface. Unnecessary thoughts, those that harm relationships, insincere words, and anything that makes you feel guilty, as it's a sign you're letting your desires control your better judgment. Think about the elements in your body, the parts that naturally rise, like fire, or fall, like earth, stay balanced where they are because of the universe's laws. Yet, our mind, our thinking part, sometimes rebels and resists its natural state. Negative feelings like anger, sadness, or fear are signs you're going against your nature. Remember, your soul is designed for respect towards a higher power and for fairness towards others. Valuing fairness and righteousness is essential. If you're always changing your goals in life, you won't be consistent in who you are. But just having a single goal isn't enough. It needs to be the right one. While people might not agree on every good thing, they typically value what benefits everyone. So, make your goal community-focused. Only by aligning your personal goals with the greater good can you maintain a consistent character throughout life. Think about the story of the city mouse and the country mouse. The city mouse was always anxious and scared. Socrates thought popular beliefs were just like the silly monsters used to scare kids. At events, the Spartans gave visitors shaded seats but took any available spot for themselves. Socrates didn't accept Perdiccas' offer because he didn't want to owe a favor he couldn't repay. The Ephesians suggested often remembering past people who were virtuous. The Pythagoreans said to look at the sky every morning, to remember the consistent and pure nature of stars. Remember when Socrates wore just a skin because Xanthippe took his cloak? He told his embarrassed friends it was no big deal. In both reading and life, you have to learn before you can teach or lead. If you're not free, neither are your words. I couldn't help but smile inside. Some even criticize pure virtue. Hoping for figs in winter is like wishing for something that's gone, like longing for a child who's no longer with you. Epictetus once mentioned that when you hug your child, remind yourself, they might not be here tomorrow. It's not a curse, but a reality of life. Just like saying the corn has been harvested isn't bad luck. Green grapes, ripe ones, dried grapes. These are all transformations, not into nothing, but into something different from the present. As Epictetus pointed out, nobody can take away your freedom to act. He also emphasized understanding the true nature of our decisions and controlling our urges so they're balanced, community-minded, and proportionate. We should avoid being swayed by our desires and not stress over things beyond our control. The real question, he said, isn't about the trivial things, but about whether we're thinking clearly or not. What do you want? Socrates asked. Rational souls or irrational ones? Rational, of course. Do you want virtuous ones? Yes, virtuous. Then why not pursue them? We believe we already possess them. Then why the conflicts and disagreements? Commentary. Book 11 opens like a ledger. Marcus is taking inventory again, of virtues, of duties, of the traps that lie in the minds of others and the minds buried in our own. At this point, his tone isn't exploratory, it's almost surgical. He's refining, tightening, reminding himself not to drift even a single degree from the path he has chosen. The dominant theme of Book 11 is judgment, not the punishment kind, but the interpretive kind. How we judge others, how we judge ourselves, how we distort reality by adding opinions to it until we're reacting not to what is, but to what we've imagined. Marcus keeps returning to this, that most pain comes not from the thing itself, but from the story we've attached to it. He wants to see things as plainly as possible, to strip away assumptions, exaggerations, and unnecessary interpretations. If someone insults you, that's just a sound, a motion. If you lose money, that's a number. If your body weakens, that's nature doing what nature does. It doesn't mean anything about your worth, unless you assign it that meaning. This way of thinking is not cold, it's cleansing. Marcus is trying to protect his inner citadel from pollution, not with walls, but with clarity. He speaks here about justice more than in any other book, not the justice of law, but the justice of motive, that your actions, whatever they are, should be done for the common good. You're not separate from humanity. You're not exempt. You are a thread in the fabric, and if you pull away, the whole garment frays. He takes this seriously. When someone acts unjustly, Marcus doesn't say to respond with detachment alone. He says, correct them if you can, without arrogance, without resentment. Because if you fix the behavior, but poison the relationship, you've failed. Correction must come from shared reason, not superiority. That is a high bar. And Marcus often falls short, which is why he's writing this to himself. He knows the temptation to scorn, to snap, to feel clever for seeing someone's flaws. But wisdom isn't seeing flaws. Wisdom is seeing flaws and loving anyway. One of the most revealing lines in this book is when he asks himself, does anyone do wrong willingly? The answer is no. Everyone thinks they're acting rightly, even in cruelty, even in selfishness. This doesn't excuse behavior, but it explains it. And if you understand the cause, you can respond with proportion. He is continually testing his own motives. Am I acting for the whole? Or am I chasing personal comfort, reputation, flattery? And if so, why? What would it even get me? Would I respect myself afterward? Or would I feel hollow? Marcus is deeply aware of the temptations of high office, to speak just to be admired, to act just to be remembered, to perform, and he wants no part of it. He writes, let your speech be simple and true, not because it's effective, but because it's clean. The Stoic mind doesn't manipulate. It doesn't dramatize. It just speaks what is. This connects to one of the subtler themes of Book 11, the style of truth. Marcus is acutely aware that even how we speak can reveal our values. Do we speak to impress or to illuminate? Do we wrap simple ideas in complicated language? Do we pretend at wisdom instead of living it? He seems almost allergic to what we'd now call philosophy bro behavior. Those who wield ideas as weapons or shields rather than as tools for growth. There's an especially powerful entry where Marcus reminds himself to avoid intellectual posturing. Don't be overheard reciting your principles, he warns. It's not enough to know Stoic ideas. You have to embody them, quietly, invisibly, without announcement. Virtue, to Marcus, is like breathing. If you have to point it out, you're doing it wrong. And he's still wrestling with time, still measuring his life by its quality, not its length. It doesn't matter how many years you live, he says. If you keep losing today, you lose all of them. Time isn't a bank account. It's breath. It's this moment, and then the next. Which is why wasting it on gossip, speculation, vanity, or anxiety is a form of self-theft. In this book, perhaps more than anywhere else, Marcus comes across like a surgeon of the soul, cutting away false beliefs, draining infections of ego, stitching together reason with justice, and through it all, he keeps his scalpel sharp with a single, recurring idea. Be honest about your motives, about your judgments, about your mortality. Book 11 isn't dramatic. It's not filled with cosmic metaphors or stirring poetry. It's procedural, the tone of a man checking his equipment before battle, not with panic, but with precision. And it's here, in this quiet rigor, that the heart of Stoicism shines. Not in great speeches, but in small, firm refusals. No, I won't lie, even if it's easier. No, I won't condemn, even if I'm angry. No, I won't waste time, even if I'm tired. No, I won't surrender my mind, even if the world is loud. If Book 11 teaches us anything, it's this. Self-mastery isn't flashy. It's built in silence, in repetition, in unglamorous decisions. The work is internal, invisible, but over time, it becomes the shape of your soul. Book 12, Letting Go. Everything you're trying to achieve the hard way is already yours if you just embrace it. This means letting go of the past, trusting the future to fate, and focusing on the now with integrity and fairness. Embrace the life you have because it's the one you're meant for. Be honest, do the right thing, and don't let others or their opinions hold you back. And don't let your body's limitations define you. It's your mind and spirit that matter. As life's end approaches, focus only on the spirit within you. Don't fear death. Fear not truly living. Do this, and you'll truly belong to the world that created you. You'll understand life's events without constantly being surprised or overwhelmed by them. God sees our souls without the distractions of our physical bodies. He connects only with the divine part He instilled in us. If you can view life this way, many of life's troubles will seem trivial. If you focus less on the physical and more on the soul, you won't get caught up in material concerns like clothes, houses, or what people think about you. Focus on what's truly important. You're made up of 3 parts: body, soul, and intelligence. The first 2 need your attention, but the third is truly yours. If you clear your mind of what others say or do, what you've said or done, worries about the future, and the distractions of your surroundings, you'll find clarity and freedom in your thoughts. By focusing solely on the present, you'll experience genuine peace and enjoy a fulfilling life until your last moments. Just as Empedocles described, a faultless sphere rejoiced in endless rest. It's interesting how people value themselves above all, but weigh others' opinions more than their own. Imagine if a wise figure told someone to voice every thought the moment it came to mind. Most wouldn't last a day. It shows we care more about what others think of us than our own self-assessment. How can we believe that the gods, who've always done right by us, would let good people, closely connected to divine matters, just disappear after death? If they should have lived on, the gods would have made it so. If it doesn't happen, it means it's meant to be that way. By questioning this, you're essentially asking for fairness from the gods. But if we're asking, it's because we believe they're just and good. So, trust they've got the bigger picture in mind. Try things even if they seem impossible. Just like the left hand, usually less used, is better at holding the reins because of practice, you might surprise yourself. Think about how you want to be, both in spirit and body, when death comes. Remember how brief life is compared to the endlessness of time, and how uncertain everything material is. See things for what they truly are. Understand the nature of pain, pleasure, death, and fame. Realize that many troubles come from our own perceptions, and external factors can't truly control us. When it comes to principles, be flexible and adaptable, like a boxer. A swordsman is helpless without his weapon, but a boxer always has his fists. Reflect on the essence of things, differentiating between the physical, the cause, and the intent. It's amazing that humans have the power to act in ways that align with God's approval and to accept whatever is destined for us. Don't blame the gods for natural events. They don't make mistakes, and people don't intentionally do wrong. So, no one's truly at fault. It's silly and out of touch to be shocked by everyday life events. Life is either driven by destiny, a higher order, a kind creator, or it's just random chaos. If it's destiny, why fight it? If there's a benevolent force, align yourself with it. If it's chaos, take comfort knowing you can still control your reactions. Even if life overwhelms you, it can't take away your core beliefs. Just as a lamp continues to shine until it goes out, let your values like truth, justice, and moderation shine brightly until your own end. When you think someone has done wrong, ask yourself, how can I be sure it's a wrongdoing? If they did mess up, they've already judged themselves. Wanting bad people not to act badly is like wishing for the impossible. If you really care, help them change. If something doesn't feel right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. Always try to understand the root of your feelings about something. Break it down. What caused it, its significance, how it relates to other things, and its lifespan. Realize that within you, there's something greater than the immediate feelings of joy or pain. It's beyond what controls you like a puppet. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Is it fear, doubt, desire? Firstly, don't do things without a purpose. Secondly, always aim for the greater good of all. Soon, you and everything you see will be gone, including everyone alive now. Everything evolves, decays, and makes way for new things. Remember, everything comes down to perspective, and that's within your control. Change your viewpoint, and you'll find peace and stillness, just like a calm bay. Every natural process has an end, and there's no harm when it concludes, just like life. Life's end is determined by nature, sometimes by aging, but always by the interconnectedness of the universe. Ending at the right time isn't bad. It's in harmony with the universe. Death isn't something to be feared. It's natural, inevitable, and even beneficial in the grand scheme of things. Going with life's flow is, in essence, walking alongside God. Keep these 3 ideas with you. First, in whatever you do, act thoughtfully and justly. Remember that things happen either by chance or design, and we shouldn't blame either. Second, understand the nature of things, where they come from, what they're made of, and where they'll end up. Third, if you could see the world from above, you'd realize that while there's diversity in human actions, the bigger picture remains the same, and everything is fleeting. Is it worth being prideful about such temporary matters? Let go of biases, and you'll find peace. What's stopping you from letting them go? If something upsets you, remember that everything occurs according to the universe's nature, and mistakes are often on someone else's part. Remember, the same events have, are, and will continue to happen everywhere. Recognize our shared bond, not just by blood, but by thought and intelligence. Understand that this intelligence is divine, originating from God, and nothing truly belongs to us, not our family, our body, or even our life. Also, remember that perception shapes reality, and the only real moment we have is the present. Remember those who stressed too much about things, or those who reached great heights or depths in fame or misfortune. Think of Fabius in his countryside, Lucius in his gardens, Stertinius vacationing at Baiae, Tiberius at Capreae, Velius Rufus, and others who were highly regarded. Ask yourself, where are they now? Probably just memories or forgotten stories. Look at all these sought-after achievements and realize how fleeting they are. A true philosopher should be kind, balanced, and respect the universe without faking humility. When people question, "Have you seen the gods? How do you know they exist?" Answer this: even though I can't see them, I feel their presence, just as I can't see my soul, but know it's there. Their influence is continuous, confirming their existence, and that's why I honor them. True clarity in life comes from understanding the essence of everything and recognizing its structure. It's about being genuinely fair and honest. What's left is to enjoy life, making the most of every moment. Just as there's one sun that illuminates everything, there's a singular essence in everything, even if it appears in countless forms. There's a shared consciousness, even if it seems divided. Elements like breath and matter might not connect or feel, but they're bound by this shared consciousness. This intelligence naturally seeks and connects with its kind, maintaining unity. What do you truly want? To keep living? To feel or to have desires? To grow and then fade? To speak or think? Which of these really matters? If they all seem trivial, focus on what's lasting, following logic and the universe's design. Being upset about losing these trivial things goes against both logic and the universe's intent. Think about it. Our time on this vast, ancient earth is just a blip, soon to be lost in the vastness of time. We're tiny parts of the universe's matter and spirit. We're just tiny specks on this vast planet. Knowing this, only two things should matter: living true to ourselves and accepting what the universe has in store. What truly matters is your mindset and perspective. Everything else, whether within our control or not, is just temporary and fleeting. This should motivate you to not fear death. Even those who valued pleasure and feared pain weren't afraid of it. If you believe that everything happens for a reason and don't fuss about how often you've been right or wrong, then the length of your life doesn't matter. So, why fear death? Think of life as being part of a grand city. Does it matter if you lived there for 3 or 5 years? Everything that happens is part of the city's laws. So, if nature, not some cruel ruler, decides it's your time to leave, why resist? Imagine life as a play. If you're taken off the stage after 3 acts instead of 5, it's okay. The universe decided the play's length, and it's not up to you. So, bow out gracefully, knowing that the universe has its reasons. Commentary. Book 12 is a quiet ending. Not a crescendo, but a conclusion. It doesn't offer a final revelation or a triumphant summary. Instead, it circles back to the same truths Marcus Aurelius has been writing to himself for years: that life is short, that the world is change, and that virtue, the clear and steady operation of reason and justice, is the only thing that belongs to us entirely. But the tone is different now. The earlier books contain tension, effort, reminders shouted inward like a drill sergeant. Remember who you are. Stay calm. Don't lose it. But Book 12 has the cadence of a man who is no longer straining. Marcus doesn't sound like he's climbing anymore. He sounds like someone who has reached the summit and is watching the sun go down. At the heart of this final book is the realization that everything, truly everything, is borrowed. Your body, your reputation, even your consciousness, none of it is yours to keep. And that's not tragic to Marcus. It's freeing. Because if everything is passing, then there's no use clinging. There's only right action now. He writes, "You've lived as a citizen of the world. What does it matter to you if that time is short?" That question is so deceptively simple. It's the kind of line you read and move past until it knocks on your soul later at night. If you've lived well, with clarity, with justice, with inner dignity, then what does it matter how long you lived? You didn't waste it. You didn't pollute it. You used it. That's enough. Marcus returns here one last time to the metaphor of nature, that we are like grapes that ripen and drop, like leaves that fall. There is no reason to grieve the end when the end is part of the pattern. It's not an error. It's not an interruption. It's the design, and what is natural should not be feared. This is where his stoicism finally fuses into stillness. He no longer writes to avoid death. He writes to be worthy of it, to be ready at any moment to step away from the stage without bitterness. Not because he's numb, but because he has made peace, not with fate, but with his own role in it. He says, "The time you have left is short. Live it as though on a mountain, for it makes no difference whether you live here or there, if you live everywhere as a citizen of the cosmos." That's the voice of someone who has let go of geography, of politics, even of empire. The throne doesn't matter, nor does legacy. The only real success is alignment with your values, with the world, with the truth. He speaks, too, of not arguing with reality, of not resisting the present, because everything that is happening has been prepared by the whole, by nature, by necessity, and your opinion of it doesn't change what it is. So the question becomes, will you cooperate with life, or will you fight it and exhaust yourself? This is not fatalism. It's philosophy as posture. Stand upright, not kept upright. Marcus is reminding himself and us that dignity isn't found in what happens. It's found in how we meet it. When misfortune knocks, do we shout or open the door calmly? When death arrives, do we flee or bow? One of the most poignant reflections comes when he tells himself to be like the rock on which the waves keep crashing, which still stands firm. But this time, there's a softness to it. The rock isn't cold. It's constant. It's not fighting the sea. It's enduring it, with grace, with purpose, without complaint. In the final reflections, Marcus turns back inward. Discard your misperceptions. Stop being jerked like a puppet. Limit yourself to the present. That's his last lesson, and perhaps the purest expression of Stoicism. Limit yourself to what you can control. Let go of the rest, and live now. Because in the end, nothing else exists. He could have ended with triumph, or poetry, or politics. But he ends with this: enough of this pointless hesitation. Do what the logos, the rational principle of nature, demands of you. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Don't wait for applause. Don't wait to feel ready. Just act. So there is no final flourish, no dramatic goodbye, just the closing of a journal, mid-thought, as if Marcus were writing this the night before battle or the day before his death and had simply run out of time. That, too, is part of the message. Life doesn't give us clean endings. It gives us a moment, and then another, and then silence. But if those moments were spent rightly, that silence is not tragic. It is completion. Book 12, then, is not a conclusion. It's a release, a letting go of everything but the work of being human, not a hero, not a ruler, just a rational soul doing its part in the vast design. And in that simplicity, there is a strange and beautiful immortality.